What's up, good guys and gals? Welcome in. Good evening. It's Monday, June 22nd, 2026. So, we're going to begin by reading some articles, as we normally do, get a readout on today's news. Then we'll move to Twitter, observe all of the Zionists crashing out, which is still happening. You love to see it. And then finally, we'll move on to the Discord, of course. So, tap that like, and please, for the love of Hashem, don't forget to hide your mothers. I don't think I can tolerate more single moms blowing up my DMs at this moment. It's been nonstop. It's incessant. It needs to stop because I've basically reached my quota. Okay? I don't know why that's funny to you, but it's true. So apparently, despite all the theatrics, it's quite a wild ride with the Trump administration being what it is. Let's just review. So we had the Trump and J.D. Vance. They did an about face last week. They did a complete 180. They criticized Israel for killing civilians in Lebanon. They were telling Netanyahu that Syria would do a better job of controlling Hezbollah, and that they better not nuke this Iran deal. No pun intended. Thank you, Valentine Bilby, for the gifted membership. I appreciate you. Salute to you. Thank you to all the chatters for supporting the stream. And it seemed like this was gonna, be legitimate. And then, they scheduled this meetup in Switzerland, Bergenstock, Switzerland. J.D. Vance actually goes. He gets snubbed by Iran and Qatar. It's pretty funny, actually. There's clips of that. We'll take a look. And then what does Donald Trump do? He tells reporters that Iran better not blow up the deal or better not close the strait, or he's gonna blow up the country, and he's gonna, the Iranian negotiators aren't even gonna make it back to the country, essentially threatening them with assassination, which is, if you'll remember, a violation of the MOU. It's like, Donald Trump, stop making threats against the Iranian people. Let's negotiate this peace deal, but he can't help himself. So he's done yet another turn, throwing the whole negotiation process into limbo. Apparently, Pakistani negotiators had to reassure the Iranian negotiators to just disregard what Trump was saying. He's not really in control. We can make this happen still. So apparently it's a very tentative, precarious process playing out. Good evening and good morning to you, Saeed. Welcome in. Hello, Thugbone. Hello, Music Guides. Hello, Dick Jones. Hello, Tom. Crystal Green. What's up, friends? But apparently they're still negotiating. So this is the New York Times headline. This is from just today. It says a draft U.S.-Iran plan is said to be on the table. Here is what to know. And so we're going to take a quick look at this. We're going to move through some different articles, and then I'll promise you we'll get to the fun stuff. So for weeks, mediators between Iran and the United States have been trying to hammer out a preliminary agreement that might ultimately end the war. Those efforts have been repeatedly foiled as the warring sides have accused each other of stalling or misrepresenting the terms. Now, officials involved in the talks say a new draft memorandum is under discussion that is closer to gaining approval from both sides. Sure thing. President Trump has not yet signed off. It would be an initial framework paving the way for more substantive and most likely more challenging and prolonged negotiations to determine the future of Iran's nuclear program. Let me get a sip of my coffee here. As well as U.S. sanctions on the country and a formal end to the war. There's also news that the United States has lifted the sanctions on Iranian oil, so that's a big W for Iran. Of course, you'll see that the likes of Wall Street Journal will try to tout this as a win for the United States, but we'll take a look at that in a second. In recent days, there have been brief exchanges of fire between U.S. and Iran, adding to the pressure on negotiators to reach an agreement. Diplomats involved in the talks said that the longer the haggling went on, the more frustrated the two sides might get, and exchanges of fire might increase. which risks further endangering the broader diplomatic effort. Here are some of the details under discussion in the latest proposal, according to an Iranian official, U.S. officials, and 2 diplomats involved in the latest talks, who all spoke, of course, on the condition of anonymity. So it says an end to the fighting, but for how long? The agreement is likely to stipulate terms for a non-aggression pact between Washington and Tehran. And to all those fucking shit libs who want to say that the Soviet Union and the Nazis were collaborators and, scheming together, and the evidence for this is the non-aggression pact, the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. Let's apply this logic to the United States and Iran. Does this mean that the United States and Iran are now collaborators? They're now friends? They're now the same entity? No, I don't think anybody in their right mind would try to make that false equivalence, right? So the agreement is likely to stipulate terms for a non-aggression pact between Washington and Tehran. Remember, non-aggression pacts do not mean alliances, all right? Mediators say it is expected to have a regional component, which Iranian officials and one of the diplomats said would include a halt to fighting in Lebanon. And apparently there is a ceasefire incredulously in place. Apparently Trump has, been able to put the kibosh on the Israeli bombing campaign. Even though Israel is not completely withdrawn from Lebanon, they've at least stopped bombing for the time being. Of course, we know there's going to be, an escalation of sorts soon. That's what I can expect. I don't know about you, but so a mediator says it is expected to, despite a ceasefire there, both sides have continuously violated it. I would say that Israel has violated it. Lebanon has only retaliated every time that Israel has violated it. Come on, Wall Street Journal. This is the IDF Times. This is the New York Times. So we know we can take their characterizations with a grain of salt. Despite a ceasefire there, both sides have continuously violated it, and Israel recently stepped up military offensive against the Iran-backed militant group Hezbollah. Yet lingering vagaries remain because the negotiations have taken place through the Pakistanis and Qataris. It has never been clear whether the Americans and the Iranians have been working on the same version of the memo, or who exactly has the authority on the Iranian side to signal an agreement. The 2 diplomats briefed on the latest terms said the preliminary agreement outlined an end to hostilities for an initial 60-day period, allowing for negotiations between the 2 sides with the possibility for that to be extended. I don't think Israel can go, a day or 2 without bombing Lebanon, let alone 60 days. No. The version of the draft described by the Iranian official, however, says the term included a declaration of the end of war on all fronts, including Lebanon, for the duration of the negotiations. And I'm told by Dr. Morandi earlier today, he says that Gaza is now a part of the peace deal with Iran, the United States, and Israel. So, 2 Iranian officials said the terms in the memo of understanding pertain only to the period of negotiations for a broader, more permanent deal. The Strait of Hormuz is still a major sticking point. The agreement was expected to allow for a period of free navigation. I had a stroke. I'm okay now. Through the Strait of Hormuz, the vital waterway for commercial shipping through which about a fifth of the world's oil and gas passed before the war. Iranian attacks effectively closed the strait soon after the U.S.-Israeli assault started on February, rattling the global economy. We know all this. Under the U.S. understanding of the memorandum, the strait would be reopened immediately. Of course, even if they reopen the strait, it's going to take months upon months for there to be any resemblance of the status quo before the war started, for all these logistical reasons, okay, supply chain reasons. The idea is to incentivize Iran to determine the strait, to demine, I cannot read today. Oh my gosh. Do I smell toast? No. I smell burning feathers. It's weird. And your mom's pussy. Oh, shit. I'm sorry. All right. I'm sorry about that, Saeed. I'm sorry. Okay. We can put it down to 12. I've still got a dozen more chances to get right with Hashem. The diplomat briefed on the latest framework said Iran had agreed to allow maritime traffic to return to pre-war levels for 30 days, while the two sides negotiated a final deal. Despite that hope, the process of demining and opening the strait could take weeks. I mean, that's not according to the Pentagon. The Pentagon said it would take 6 months. And then you have to acquire the insurance from the Lloyds of London, right? All signs point to a global catastrophe unraveling before our very eyes. If I ever think I'm having a heart attack, take an aspirin. Okay, good to know. Good to know that I have the heart of a lion, and I'm going to live forever, so I don't have to worry about that. But thank you, Saint Siren Salt. That's wise, sagely advice, because you are a medical professional. So that's true. I'm not being facetious, chatters. She is, and she would know. All right. The Iranian official said the deal would see the U.S. naval blockade lifted within 30 days and the Strait of Hormuz open for the duration of the talks. Iranian negotiators are sticking to their contention that Iran and Oman, whose territory borders the strait, have the right to determine whether to impose some form of service fee for passing vessels after that period. On Wednesday, President Trump repeated his assertion that the international waterway should ultimately remain open to all, without any tolls or fees. Fat chance of that, fat bastard. Some U.S. negotiators have suggested that longer-term status of the strait be pushed into a second round of talks. A post-war investment fund for Iran, perhaps the most surprising and apparently recent addition to the agreement, is a reference to an investment fund for Iran. This is, sticking in the craw of a lot of Americans' eyes, to borrow an expression that I'm not really sure if I used completely correctly, but it's been a big point of contention. Like, where are they? Why are we pledging $300 billion to Iran to pay for a war we won to help them rebuild their country? Doesn't make any sense. If we won the war, on the other hand, if we lost the war, then this piece of evidence, this piece of information would make perfect sense. But other officials involved in mediation would not confirm the amount. The Iranian official described it as a reconstruction program that would be promised to Iran in the event a final agreement was signed. Now, Donald Trump today is talking about this investment fund, and he's trying to say that, well, whatever money they get out of this investment fund is actually going to be reinvested into the American food industry. So a little bit of a holdover from the Cold War of when the Americans dominated the global economy. The main policy, the main thing that they wished to accomplish was to make the rest of the world food dependent. So they couldn't industrialize, they being whatever country doesn't want to follow the American capital system. If they want to thwart American businesses, if they don't want to do American business, then the Americans will starve this country and impose sanctions, of course. But the main goal is always to make them food dependent. You have to, if they want food, they have to come to the United States. And that is a great source of strategic power, especially if you're in conflict with a country. You can say, well, good luck finding food, And because we've introduced austerity in these countries, we've reappropriated all of their social infrastructure, their state property, their state resources, and forced them to become basically a cash crop society for the American corporate plantation system, then we have that power to do so. So what can countries do but relent and acquiesce? I'm trying to find this clip of Donald Trump speaking about this, because he says just as much. Here it is. Money that's being unfrozen is going to be used to buy food exclusively through the United States from our farmers. Now, this might have worked in 1955, but do you think the Iranians are going to tolerate, having their food industry strangled by the United States, by the Americans? I don't think so. He says corn, soybeans, and other agricultural products will be purchased from American farmers as part of the administration's latest progress with Iran. Our farmers are very happy. I've had a lot of calls. They were happy about that. Yeah.
One of the things that we are doing also, and it came up last night, is money that's being unfrozen is going to be used to buy food, and the food's going to be bought exclusively through the United States from our farmers. And corn, soybeans, all of the things they need are going to be bought from our farmers. So our farmers are very happy. I've had a lot of calls. They were very happy about that. So one of the things.
Yeah. Well, did the Iranians say yes? This is true. We're going to do that. It'd be interesting if you had a call with the Iranians and they confirmed this. But all you're telling us is that you called up the farming industry or the heads of the CEOs of the major farming corporations, the major agricultural corporations, and told them lies, essentially. So that's not that big of a flex, Let's go back to the article here. Where is it? Here it is. Okay, so the Iranian official described it as a reconstruction program. Tehran had demanded reparations for bombardment damage that some Iranian officials estimate at $300 billion to $1 trillion. Two diplomats briefed on the latest draft called it an international investment fund, which the United States would help facilitate in the event of a final deal. Plans for such a fund would be further discussed during the negotiations period. All right, yes, hello. What's up, Clifford? Thank you for the super chat. Welcome in to all the comrades out there. So two diplomats briefed on the latest draft called it an international investment fund which the U.S. would help facilitate in the event of a final deal. Plans for such a fund would be further discussed during the negotiations period. This proposal, so it's like we're negotiating to negotiate. These are pre-negotiations to establish a framework for negotiations. We're just negotiating to negotiate. And isn't that what Alistair Crook told us? That, if you don't settle the framework of the negotiations in the first day or the first, hours of meeting, then you will spend the next 6 months, indefinite amount of time negotiating about the negotiations, that's what the Americans and the Israelis love to do because they love to stall. They love to freeze time for obvious reasons, of course. So, this proposal appears to be an iteration of an earlier idea floated by Mr. Trump's Middle East envoy, Steve Witkoff. I can't believe these motherfuckers actually made the trip to Switzerland. We already know that the Iranians consider them, taboo, persona non grata, whatever metaphor you want to levy at Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, literal Zionist real estate agents. Like, why are they diplomatizing? Both are real estate investors, and some mediators said they had suggested promoting real estate projects in Tehran. Oh, I'm sure the Iranians would love that. Yeah, let's get some Jewish financiers and banksters to bankroll some investment programs and funds. In the event of a deal being reached, Iranian officials said they had proposed to American negotiators that U.S. companies, including major oil and energy corporations, could enter Iran for investments and joint venture deals. Yeah, we destroyed your country. Now please do business with us. That's great. The delusions. Absurd. And, of course, nuclear talks would be deferred. Let's move on. So this is a Wall Street Journal article about the lifting of sanctions. And, of course, just look how they characterize this. The U.S. allows Iran to sell oil in dollars. Oh, the Iranians think, we can sell in dollars now. Well, what that means is that the U.S. has lifted the sanctions. The dollar hegemon, the country that has the dollar hegemony, has lifted its sanctions on Iran. This is a big compromise, a big concession from the Americans, not from the Iranians. It's not like the Iranians even need this at this point. The U.S. cleared the way for Iran to sell oil in dollars, including to U.S. buyers, a reversal that came as J.D. Vance said Tehran had agreed to allow nuclear inspectors to return as early as this week. The Treasury Department on Monday waived long-standing sanctions on those sales for 2 months while talks to reopen the Strait of Hormuz and address the issues of Iran's nuclear program and further sanctions relief proceed. So just to put a historical gift wrap on this, when the United States historically lifts sanctions on a country, that means that that country has been defeated. Okay, it's been couped, it's been sabotaged, it's been, it's lost a war to the Americans, and they have to, and now, now that they have the correct leadership employed by the CIA or implemented by the CIA, now we can lift the sanctions. So, like, think about 1953 to 1979. You had the CIA-backed Shah in Iran, and there were no sanctions on the Iranian government or on the Iranian people because, the Americans could, get in there and take control of the oil. But now is not the case. They've successfully thwarted the Americans, and yet we're lifting the sanctions. So what does that tell you? What that tells me is that we lost the war. We don't ever do this, For years, Iran used a shadowy network of tankers under sanctions to sell its crude primarily to China. Iran did not acknowledge the move to allow inspectors broader access to its sites, which would mark a significant concession by Tehran. Vance acknowledged the terms of that access still needs to be negotiated. The moves signaled progress in the negotiations to wind down the war, but they will rekindle concerns that Iran is getting meaningful financial relief before surrendering parts of its nuclear program. Just 36 hours earlier, the talks looked to be under pressure from the fighting between Israel and Hezbollah in Lebanon, and Iran's announcement that it had shut the Strait of Hormuz. Vance announced agreements to set up dispute resolution mechanisms for both of those issues Monday. Speaking at the White House on Monday, President Trump said he would attack Iran again if it failed to abide by the memorandum, even if that meant once again risking global economic collapse. And not only that, he threatened to kill the negotiators as well before they even got back to Tehran. So that's a war crime, by the way. Nuclear weapons supersedes depression, Trump told reporters in the Oval Office. When in doubt, invoke threats to national security, invoke the nuclear defense, imagine, if you will, what would or could or might happen in the event of, in the distant future. That's the only threat. You have to imagine it because it's not real. Depression is real bad. He says nuclear weapon will cause depression much more quickly. Trump defended his diplomatic approach to Iran. Diplomatic approach? Is Trump's diplomatic approach to Iran in the room with us right now? The Wall Street Journal? What are you talking about? Claiming a deal has led to a massive resurgence in oil trade in the Strait of Hormuz. No, it hasn't. And that Iran's frozen assets would be used to purchase American farm products, which we just saw. Before the war, Iran's oil experts formed the central target of the U.S.-led international economic campaign to pressure the regime to accept strict limits on its nuclear program. When bombing also failed to deliver that result and Iran shut the Strait of Hormuz, the U.S. in May imposed a blockade of Iranian ports, throttling the regime's export-dependent economy to try to get it to back down. As part of the interim truce reached last week, the U.S. lifted its blockade and agreed to let Iran sell oil and get paid for it. But the formal Treasury Department waiver Monday adds that Iran can be paid in dollars, a boon for the regime, which is in desperate need of foreign exchange. It means Iranian banks can receive payments directly from abroad. It's like they're back in the SWIFT banking system, right? Allowing their regime to more easily repatriate its oil revenues. So Iran, because America won this war, they're now rehabilitating Iran into the global economy, right? The move goes beyond a temporary waiver issued by the Treasury in March that allowed Iran to sell oil already at sea but maintain sanctions on dollar transactions. The waiver suspends decades of crippling restrictions that led Tehran to rely on a shadow network of aging oil tankers to export its crude, most of which went to refineries run by Beijing. The Treasury said Tehran could now legitimately sell oil from sanctioned vessels, effectively legalizing for now its shadow fleet. But to get more about this supply chain and how, despite what they say, even if they say the Strait of Hormuz is open, it ain't open, says Larry Johnson. And he has this really in-depth infographics about how oil is transported and how it has to be maintained and how when it's sitting in the Persian Gulf for months, it's actually depreciating in value. It's being corrupted. It's being corroded. I don't know the specifics, but let's see what he says here. It is open. Nope, it is closed. Wait, it's open. What? Closed again? If you're following the media reports on the Strait of Hormuz, you're probably dizzy from hearing about the changing status of the Strait of Hormuz. If you think that getting a firm agreement between Iran and the U.S. to open the Strait of Hormuz will result in an instant solution to restoring global oil reserves, think again. Even if Iran agrees to a 60-day moratorium on charging ships entering and leaving the Persian Gulf a usage fee, and the moratorium starts this week, the world still faces some serious economic shocks from the disruption of crude oil and LNG. Crude oil and LNG production will take time to ramp back up to the pre-Ramadan war levels. We still do not have a full assessment of the damage to the oil and LNG infrastructure in the Gulf nations. Even if all those systems are intact and functioning, they are not. But even if they are, there's still a problem of having the tankers that carry the black gold ready to take the shipments. Black gold obviously is a metaphor for oil, because it's as valuable as gold, but it's the color black, so black gold. Okay, the tankers, aka ships, that have been sitting idle in the warm, salty waters of the Persian Gulf for 4 months face months of the maintenance recovery cycle before they will be ready to get back to the task of hauling oil and LNG. An expert in this field explained it to me this way. Quote, oil tankers are likely to lose weeks to months depending on fouling, coating condition, and dry dock access. LNG carriers are likely to lose longer because the hull problem is coupled to cargo system and gas management reliability. I'm sure you knew all this, right? For planning, assume crude product tankers lose 1 to 3 months in the medium case and 3 to 6 months in the heavy case. Assume newer LNG carriers lose 2 to 4 months and older system-stressed LNG carriers lose 4 to 9 months. Some vessels will be faster, but the market should plan for a long tail of slow, disputed, or yard-bound tonnage. The global perspective is clear. Physical movement will recover first, commercial availability will recover second, fleet efficiency will recover third. The market will separate clean, documented, charter-ready tonnage from vessels that are merely moving. The maintenance backlog will be the next bottleneck after the Hormuz is open, officially. Okay, now, continuing on. Are you still with me? Don't forget to tap that like button. Subscribe to the channel. We're going to move to Twitter very soon. We'll take a look at all the top stories and a lot of the viral clips that have been sensationalizing social media all the livelong day. Plenty of stuff to talk about. I hope you'll stick around. Besides the delay in getting tankers back on the high seas, there is the problem of the middle distillate inflection point, okay? The middle distillate inflection point is what we need to know right now. We got to get this into our vocabulary, into our minds. What is the middle distillate inflection point? Well, as you can see in the image at the top of this article right here, you see the middle distillate is 30%. It's refinery allocation upgrading decision. Okay, I'm not going to, that's going to confuse me. Let's just go back. So, a barrel of oil is not like a can of Coca-Cola, says Larry. A consistent liquid from the top to the bottom of the can. A barrel of oil consists of segments, with the middle distillate portion of the barrel providing the raw material from which both diesel and jet fuel are derived. So it's that middle distillate that is significant, important. That segment is the critical fuel for the real economy because diesel runs freight, rail, agriculture, construction, distribution, while jet fuel supports both civil aviation and military air operations. The structural constraint at the heart of the current energy crunch is the refinery barrel itself. Military jet fuel and civilian diesel are not refined from separate barrels. They compete for the same distillate cut from every barrel processed. So if Trump orders the Pentagon to start bombing Iran again, that will trigger drawdowns on stocks, assuming the ops tempo in the Gulf is sustained. And refiners will face pressure to tilt output toward JP-8, which is the military jet fuel, Okay, which directly squeezes the supply of the diesel and civil aviation fuel. I see what's going on here. We live in a world of finite resources, right? So they'll have to allocate the resources accordingly. And because we're waging a war, we have to, prioritize the use of diesel for military jet fuel as opposed to delivering oil in the supply chain. In other words, there is no free barrel. Every gallon of military fuel is a gallon not available to a trucking company, a farmer, or an airline. Of all the downstream effects, diesel tightness is the most economically dangerous and the fastest moving. Unlike gasoline, which is a consumer cost, diesel is an input cost, embedded in every freight shipment, every food delivery, every industrial process. Are you tracking? I hope you're tracking. When diesel tightens, the price increase doesn't stop at the pump. It cascades through supply chains and lands simultaneously on freight rates, grocery prices, manufacturing margins, and retail costs. Because that's a cost of production, is the cost of diesel fuel. So that's going to be baked in to consumer products and what we actually pay. That makes perfect sense to me. I hope it makes perfect sense to you. That kind of broad-based input inflation is one of the more reliable causes of recession because it compresses margins economy-wide while simultaneously suppressing consumer purchasing power. Beautiful. This helps explain why Donald Jewish Trump pivoted so quick to support the MOU with Iran. The real allocation question is not whether to release the SPR or whether to jawbone. The hell does that mean, to jawbone? Let's take a look. Jawbone. How does that work? Well, I know what it is, but fine as a verb. Not jawline, jawbone. Does anybody know what that means? I mean, I like it. I want to use it in my own contexts, but I have to know what it means first, So the real allocation question is not whether to release the SPR or whether to jawbone OPEC into producing more. It is how hard to run the war. Just a second, I gotta sneeze. Whee! Okay, thank you. It's true. It has the word bone in it, but I don't know what it means. Please don't make fun of me. Wow, I sneezed and like 15 people left. They're like, gross. All right, sorry. All right, we're almost done now. So, it is how hard to run the war. Every incremental increase in operational intensity consumes distillate that the domestic economy cannot easily replace, tightening a transmission belt that runs directly from the Strait of Hormuz into Main Street prices. The trade-off between war intensity and economic stability is not an abstract strategic concern. It is a daily refinery scheduling decision with macroeconomic consequences. Okay, jawbone is to endlessly talk. Thank you. Jawbone is my long-lost brother. Thank you. That's funny. Here's the problem. Currently, the United States has approximately a 30-day supply of diesel. It is estimated that somewhere between 8% and a figure approaching 15 to 20% of the broader crude and product tanker fleet is either stranded or effectively withdrawn from global circulation. A supply shock to shipping capacity that compounds the underlying oil supply disruption. So there's this whole I read jawbone like cascade, no, cascade, no. There's a whole cascading effect from this, obviously, this closure. It's all these unforeseen circumstances. I mean, they are foreseen by people who are in the know, but it's not something that the layperson, such as myself, thinks about on a daily basis, of course. But we have to notice. Cascade, yes. I'm sorry. I'm really having trouble speaking words today. And my cat, it's really my cat's fault because he keeps jumping on my lap and being too cute and floofy. And I'm overcome with joy. Right, kitty boy? All right, so this means there is no ready, quick solution to fulfill that gap in 30 days. In fact, the delay to restore the U.S. supply of diesel could last as long as 60 days. In short, oil is not going to flow fast enough globally to meet existing demand, which probably accounts for Trump's sudden decision last week to sign the MOU with Iran. A knowledgeable expert who provided me with this information believes that we will hit the wall of diesel shortage in July. Okay, so there you have it. Now, there's been some sad news. Well, I guess you could say Alan Greenspan just did the greatest thing in his entire life. He's literally made the best contribution that he could have ever made to humanity. He died. He died at the young, tender age of 100. And for those of you that don't know, Alan Greenspan is being characterized by the Wall Street Journal, who I'm sure, celebrates him as this saint-like figure. He was an influential Fed chairman. So he was the chairman of the Federal Reserve, which we know is a private bank controlled by all of the largest commercial banks, which provided the function, the mechanism of privatizing monetary and fiscal policy that was normally carried out by governments and government agencies like the U.S. Treasury. So these are ghouls. Alan Greenspan is a ghoul, a creature of Wall Street, and we should not revere him. Okay? He's a class enemy. Alan Greenspan, and also he's got an annoying voice. Alan Greenspan. It's like Alan Dershowitz. Alan Greenspanowitz. He started his life as a shy boy, a shy guy. He was just a shy guy, only child of a single mother. He transcended the role of central banker. Oh, he's such a revolutionary. Exercising extraordinary influence over American finance and commerce, and enjoying unparalleled global stature during a period of remarkable prosperity. Prosperity for who, Wall Street Journal? I think prosperity for you, prosperity for Wall Street, prosperity for the bankster class. Was he a J? I mean, come on. Look at the guy. Look at him. I don't know. What is it? What could ever give you that impression? Is it his Ashkenazi nose? Was he a J? He was a super J. Oh, that's a great story, Wall Street Journal. Just one question. Was Alan Greenspan Jewish by any chance? Yes. Yes, Alan Greenspan was Jewish. He was born in New York City to parents of Romanian Jewish and Hungarian Jewish descent. So, obviously natives of the Levant. Right? Clearly indigenous to the Middle East by way of Romania and Hungary. Google says you can read more about his life and legacy in his Wikipedia profile. No thanks. I don't want to contract AIDS. So I'm not going to read this whole Glaze article, but you can see what a despicable individual he is by just by who champions him, okay? The likes of Milton Friedman, who hailed Greenspan as the greatest central banker of all time. So if that tells you anything, judge Alan Greenspan by his friends and his enemies. This guy. He finished 18 and a half years as Federal Reserve Chairman in 2006. Holy shit. Guy's a fucking financial dictator. And dictator. A behind-door dictator. Such was the life of Alan Greenspan. Just 2 years later, the financial crisis triggered an austere reprisal of his record, his view that markets could effectively police themselves. Of course, this is what they... Yeah, just give markets all the power, They'll be able to police themselves. They'll be able to investigate themselves and find that they did nothing wrong, of course. He became a driving force of regulatory policy in the 90s and early 2000s, or you could say deregulatory policy. Because we know that neoliberals love to deregulate the economy by wresting control of government policy and engineering laws and legislation and lobbying senators, etc., etc. Senators don't even read the laws that they sign off on, that they introduce as bills. They don't even read that shit. That gets written and drafted by, Chevron lobbyists for Chevron and Shell and BP and the like. It says Greenspan devoted his professional life to understanding how the U.S. economy worked. First as a private sector forecaster when America was emerging as the economic superpower following World War II, later as technology, global trade, and financialization refashioned businesses. He achieved a level of fame and influence rivaled only by U.S. presidents. Greenspan, the second longest-serving Fed chairman, husbanded that power to build up the central bank's political independence. So you see, they're spelling it out for you. If you just only had the wherewithal to read between the lines here, they're articulating the class war here. He was influential. He was responsible for the power to build up the central bank's political independence. Central bank's political independence, which is a fucking crime against humanity, if you ask me. The fact that the banking system is not a public utility, it's a privatized for-profit system, is an intolerable assault on human rights. And just nationalizing the banks, that is the working class revolution right there. Because from the banks, I mean, that's the last boss of capitalism. That's it. Finance capital. We're in the age of finance capitalism. The final boss of finance capitalism are the central banks themselves. But hey, he was also a skilled saxophonist in bebop jazz. And he devoured books about titans of finance and industry while his bandmates smoked tobacco and marijuana between sets. Look at him. He's not... It's like, oh my God, let's make sure we, take a dig at musicians. Cool, so he wasn't a good musician then. So he was a terrible musician. He should have been smoking weed on set break. Maybe he would have been a better musician. Wall Street Journal. No wonder he didn't cut it. He's reading Jewish books on finance. I mean, come on. How are you going to play music as a financial analyst? All right, enough of that ghoul. All right, let's go to Twitter. Let's take a look at my reposts as we normally do. So Donald Trump has been asked by a reporter in the Oval Office if he could reflect on the 1-year anniversary of Operation Midnight Hammer. Can you believe it's been a year since the last war crime we committed against the Iranian people? Operation Midnight Hammer, which we said, he told us Iran is obliterated, their nuclear program is kaput. But yet, here we are a year later still trying to solve the same problem. I don't know. Let's see the lies, right? Let's see the lies.
President, regarding the other... it's the 1-year anniversary of Operation Midnight Hammer. If you could go back in time, is there anything you would do different?
No.
Nothing at all?
It's the most successful attack that anyone's ever seen with a bomber that totally wiped out their nuclear potential.
But why are we then? Why did we go back in February?
If we didn't do that, you'd have no Israel right now. Israel would not exist.
I mean, are you kidding me? What? How is that a defense of your decision to do Operation Midnight Hammer? Come on. Now you're definitely telling on yourself.
Exist, and most of the Middle East would not exist.
Most of the Middle East
from
would not
having a
exist.
nuclear weapon.
So
Regarding the
So
other,
if he didn't do that a year ago, apparently Iran would have nuked the entire Middle East. Oh, man. What a clown show. Keir Starmer has officially resigned as British Prime Minister. He will be replaced by someone just as bad, says Adam. The two-party system is garbage. Britain has more bad years ahead of it. Here's a review of his past 2 years selling out the British people. He won the largest Labour majority in a generation, a historic mandate, the country in his hands, appointed Peter Mandelson, Epstein's man in Britain, as his first major hire. Isn't Peter Mandelson, like, there's definitely a story about him. Peter Mandelson, he was definitely implicated in the Epstein files. But I forget what exactly. Like, I'm pretty sure there's an email exchange between him and Jeffrey Epstein. It says, yes, Peter Mandelson was deeply implicated in the Epstein files. The extensive unsealed files revealed that the veteran British politician maintained a close relationship with Jeffrey Epstein for years, even referring to him as his best pal, sending him birthday message. The files contained emails suggesting Mandelson received tens of thousands of dollars from Epstein in the early 2000s. In 2026, newly unsealed emails strongly indicate that Mandelson used his government positions to leak sensitive, market-sensitive government and Downing Street documents to Epstein. The revelations forced his resignation from the House of Lords, his resignation from the Labour Party, and the revocation of his role as the UK's ambassador to the United States. In February 26, he was arrested by London's Metropolitan Police. That's right, he was arrested on suspicion of misconduct in public office and is currently undergoing an active criminal investigation. Does anybody remember do we remember what exactly? Because I don't think we're getting the full story there. It just says suspicion of misconduct. Does anybody remember? So much. There's almost too many situations to monitor at any one given time, you know? Anyway, moving on. Crackdown on Palestinian protests, of course, backed every war, backed genocide, raised taxes, historic unemployment, did absolutely nothing about the cost of living except make it worse, caved like a corrupt coward on abolishing leasehold, rolled out digital ID, forced ID for all new accounts, banned social media for young people, and increased anti-Semitism education in schools. The result? Lost nearly 1,500 council seats in a single local election, net approval rating of minus 66, the most unpopular prime minister since the records ever began. Low-key talks about Peter Mandelson on Double Down News. Okay, well, there you go. Here's what should terrify the labor establishment. Only 5% of labor voters who left went to reform. 32% went to the Greens and Lib Dems. They didn't lose to the right. They lose to the left. They abandoned. Keir Starmer was never there to represent. Yeah. He was there to neutralize the left and hand the establishment 2 terms of safe, managed decline. Mission accomplished. All right, so here is Yemenis. The Yemenis are reacting with pure joy as Iran scores a goal against Belgium in the World Cup, which is still ongoing, treating the goal as if their own team had scored. They're always, I mean, they're just like living in abject poverty, you know? And these are the kinds of rooms that the IDF goes into after they've bombed out a place in Gaza, and they're like, look, you see, it's a command center. There was a TV. They had a computer over here. And there was a list. Apparently that goal was unjustly disallowed by the refs, which is a tragedy. I'm not following the World Cup. I mean, it's more bread and circuses, right? It's goy slop. It's goy slop. That's what it is. Anything to placate us, distract us. Sports ball does the trick. All right, so Max Blumenthal's reporting that Zionist fanatics instantly framed the Montreal shooting as an anti-Jewish attack. So apparently there was a terrorist attack. I don't know. That's what a lot of right-wingers are saying. There was an instance of domestic violence, a shooting, if you will, in Montreal. And right-wingers or Zionist fanatics, as Max Blumenthal says, instantly framed this shooting as an anti-Jewish attack. But, get this, it was the police officer who accidentally killed a Jewish man, not the shooter. And the shooter was motivated by hatred of women, not anti-Semitism. But what do Laura Loomer and Gad Sad and all these Zionist turds want to say? Oh, look, see, we warned you, we told you. Stop Anti-Semitism is crying about it. Breaking. Residents of Côte des Neiges are on lockdown as an active shooter just killed a Jewish man, as well as a police officer. Well, actually, a police officer killed a Jewish man, and the shooter was motivated by a hatred of women. 2 other officers are reported to be shot and injured. Côte des Neiges is a heavily Jewish neighborhood with a large Chabad, or how do you say that? Chabad? Okay, we got a spammer. You're gone. Sorry about that. Bye-bye. All right. This commenter says, stop lying. A man died. Nowhere it says he was Jewish, but hey, any reason to whip out that victim card, right? Meanwhile, in Gaza, an 18-year-old Gaza student, Ragad Ashur from Beit Hanun, was killed in an Israeli double-tap strike while heading to her secondary education examination. Here's a trigger warning. It's an awful video depicting the carnage in Gaza. They double-tapped an 18-year-old on her way to school. They are monsters. If you need any more hate Israel fuel for the day, there's plenty to go around, all right? Another post from George Galloway says, this doesn't leave much room for doubt, does it? Responding to this post that says, Israeli settlers boast about stealing land from Palestinians. We take house by house, neighborhood by neighborhood, until everything is Jewish.
We take house after
everything
house.
Must be
All
Jewish.
this area will be a Jewish neighborhood. We are not finished.
How do you not see yourself as a tyrant right now?
The job.
Like, listen to your words, Yonatan Yosef, spokesperson for the Israeli settlers in Sheikh Jarrah.
We are going to the next neighborhood, and after that we will go more. Our dream that all East Jerusalem will be like West Jerusalem.
Like, you guys can't just fuck off in your home. Like, you can't. You've already got enough things and land. They're like, no more. Always must have more. I will not be satisfied. I cannot go play video games. I can't raise my family. I can't just be a normal, abiding citizen. We must take. If I don't take it, somebody else gonna take it.
Capital of Israel. אני רואה בזה המשך של המפעל היהודי-ציוני. המשך שיבת ציון. זה הכל. זה בא על חשבון הערבים? כן, גם בג"ץ והכנסת בנויים.
Is it at the Arabs' expense, he says? Yes. But our government institutions were also built at the expense of Arabs who lived here. How is that a justification, Shlomo? He's like, does this infringe upon Arabs' human rights? Sure. Sure. Yes, of course, but this is how we were founded. I mean, it's like for any liberals out there that need any evidence to say that, to see that Zionism is completely irredeemable and the Israeli society at large is implicated in their criminality, and there's nothing redeemable about this society. Here you have it, okay? It's, the existence of the state of Israel is itself a war crime. The very mere existence of it is a war crime, and they know this. They acknowledge it. And what do they say when we tell them this? They say, this is normal. Danielle Levites. Oh, but this is not sociopathic. It is normal. Well, just because it's normal doesn't mean it's sociopathic. Okay, you're just normalizing sociopathy. And that's putting it mildly, actually.
חשבון ערבים, וגם המדינה כאן הוקמה, כן, על חשבון חלק מהתושבים הערבים שגרו פה. וזהו.
And so is the state itself, see?
We
Take, senora. All right, so the Pope just declared that food, water, and healthcare are basic human rights that should not be commodified. Are you crazy? This guy's a Marxist communist? The Pope? The Pope? What? He also urged the world to prioritize feeding the hungry over funding wars. He sounds like a goddamn terrorist. In a world that's being devoured by capitalist greed, a pope with socialist leanings is welcome? And then look what he's wearing. He's dressed like Fidel Castro. This is a real photo, by the way, allegedly. Satirically speaking, of course, YouTube. He's got his hammer and sickle. I'm pretty sure that's real. Allegedly. In Minecraft. The spirit of Marx has come upon him. Here's a shot of, here's the side-by-side of what Iranian men look like, and then what Israeli men look like. Just so you can see, there's the Israeli men. There's Iranian men. I'm not gay, but I totally would. Definite smash. Mogged. Thank you, Phoenix Blue. Appreciate that. This is your therapy session, you say, huh? Love to hear that. So, this is hilarious. The ADL is considered goyslop. I think we knew this already. Goyslop is an anti-Semitic slur. They say a slur doesn't stop being a slur because teenagers started using it. Just because the cool kids are doing it doesn't mean you should do it, okay, goy? Today's New York Times On Language column treats the anti-Semitic slur goyslop as a fun linguistic curiosity rather than what it is, a term rooted in white supremacist conspiracy theories. Well, that is a good self-own by the Jews. I mean, that's their word, you know. They came up with this in the Talmud. This is their philosophy. This is their conception of the world. And they framed this. They frame humanity as a struggle between Jews and goys, aka non-Jews. Every non-Jew is a goy. So let's just review, because we don't want to make fun of this. We don't want to make light of anti-Semitism, okay? Anti-Semitism is a very big problem in the world today. It's rising. It's a scourge on humanity. So, this is not funny, okay? This is really not funny at all, so don't laugh. But goy-slop, according to the ADL, means an anti-Semitic slang term combining goy, the Hebrew word that colloquially refers to non-Jews. So they just said, I mean, what? So goy is okay to say, but goy-slop, anti-Semitic. The Hebrew word that colloquially refers to non-Jews, goy, yeah, that's fine. But when you say goy-slop, you are hating the Jews, apparently, at that point, okay? And that is awful, because we should never, never hate the Jews, all right? We love the Jews. We love all walks of life, no matter what their religion... Okay, shut up. You get it, right? Anti-Semites use goy slop to promote a conspiracy theory that Jewish people profit from and intentionally distribute processed or fast food? What? To make non-Jewish populations unhealthy, depressed, or docile. Well, that is a lot of mental gymnastics there. You're reading a lot of context into that phrase. That's a bit of a reach, don't you think? Don't pull your back out, ADL, with that reach. It's on par with saying, tax the billionaires is really an anti-Semitic slur. It's a slight against the race of Jewish billionaires. Taxing billionaires is an anti-Semitic slur, and so is goy slop. All right, you know that? Did you know that, Phoenix Blue? Can a goy borrow a fry? My goy. What's up, my fellow goys? So here is what I alluded to earlier. Dr. Morandi says that Gaza will be included in the Iran deal.
And also in the next 2 months, the Iranians are going to be discussing Gaza as well. I should point out that last night you asked me about Gaza, and the connection was bad. If it's okay, I'll explain again, because I don't know what came through because of the connection. First of all, I should like to remind everyone that...
All right. Thank you, Constitution. Thank you for becoming the latest and the greatest YouTube member for the live stream. Appreciate that.
Last night, Al Jazeera Arabic did a show saying, why isn't Iran doing anything for Gaza? And it's clear to me that Al Jazeera Arabic has an agenda, like all of the media outlets from these countries in the region.
Yeah, because, why isn't Syria? Why isn't Jordan? Why isn't Egypt? Why isn't Saudi Arabia? All of these other countries. Iran is the only one that's actually materially making a difference against Israeli aggression. And then you're going to say, well, why aren't they doing more?
That are
it's just kind of tone deaf.
Proxies of the United States. Al Jazeera Arabic failed to remind its audience that Ayatollah Khamenei was martyred because of Gaza. Sayyid Hassan Nasrallah was martyred because of Gaza. Senior figures in Iran, military, political, in Hezbollah, political...
168 schoolgirls were murdered because of Gaza.
Military have all been martyred
because of Iran's stance on Gaza.
Because of Gaza. The sanctions, the hardship, the terrorism, the coups, the armed...
Yeah, I think Dr. Morandi, what he's saying here is that Iran has a little bit of some foreskin in the game, okay? Thank you very much. A little bit of... just give credit where it's due.
Rebellions instigated by the United States and the West against Iran and against its allies are all because of Palestine. So for Doha, which is paying money to Kushner and Witkoff and the Trump family to raise this, to try to promote this narrative, I feel is, I think it's agenda-driven. And it's basically being done to justify the inaction of all these countries. We have to remember that...
yeah, I still haven't gotten over when Donald Trump was asked about the 168 schoolgirls that the U.S. military murdered in cold blood. And the reporter said something like, do you have any words, any retrospection about that strike that happened? Do you have anything to say about it? And Donald Trump said, "Oh, that was such a long time ago," and it was like at the time it was like 111 days ago. I'm just thinking about like the day when Donald Trump, God forbid, appears before a military tribunal in The Hague and has to answer for that crime. I wonder if he's going to be able to use that defense, right? Oh, well, it happened so long ago. I think about, Ted Bundy standing trial for his murders. Your Honor, I understand that I'm guilty for that crime, but it was years ago, all right? Can't we just, come on, let's move past it. Let's let bygones be bygones. But somehow, I mean, Donald Trump makes Ted Bundy look like I was going to say the Dalai Lama. No, he's bad. Donald Trump makes Ted Bundy look like Mahatma fucking Gandhi.
The ceasefire in Gaza was not Iran's idea. The ceasefire was Trump's idea and endorsed.
It's like kill a little, they throw you in jail. Kill a lot, they make you president. Steal a little, they'll throw you in jail. Steal a lot, they'll make you CEO.
By Doha and Erdogan and Aliyev and Abdullah of Jordan and Sisi and all these other regional countries. And now that the Israeli regime is murdering Palestinians every day in Gaza, none of these leaders who endorsed this fake ceasefire are raising their voices, or let alone doing anything about it.
Another thing is Al Jazeera, as we know, is funded in whole or in part, as YouTube loves to tell us as a disclaimer, funded in whole or in part by the state of Qatar. Okay, maybe, let's take a look at what Qatar is doing to stop what's happening in Gaza. Oh, that's right, zilch. Come on, Al Jazeera.
But Iran and the Axis have all made enormous sacrifices and continue to make enormous sacrifices for the people of Palestine, and they will continue to do so. Right now, the resistance in Gaza, it is when it has rearmed, it has rebuilt its capabilities.
And nor should you, Garble. It's the biggest euphemism I've ever heard. Ceasefire. In fact, there was let me see if I can jog my memory here. Channel 12 News in Israel said when they were talking about the ceasefire, and yet they were still bombing Lebanon during the ceasefire, they're like, well, a ceasefire doesn't mean ceasefire. They literally said that. A ceasefire doesn't mean ceasefire. It just means we're not going to escalate. It's like, no, I don't think that's what that means. In your warped perception of the world, I understand that's what you think it means.
These are, of course, because of assistance from Iran.
Yep.
And the same is true.
And I would add Yemen to that, and Lebanon, Iran, Yemen, Lebanon.
Of course, the rest of the axis of resistance, and the entire axis of resistance has been created to strengthen the hand of the Palestinian people. So, the reason why in this at the negotiating table the priority was Lebanon was because a war was being waged against Lebanon, and there is no ceasefire. And every day in Gaza, 2 or 3 people, 3-4 people are being martyred. In Lebanon, 30, 40, sometimes 100 people were being martyred every day, and their towns were being flattened. So obviously, Iran had to get a ceasefire in place.
Israel's like, yes, all right, another 100 down, another 8 million to go. What could go wrong?
There was no ceasefire, not even a fake ceasefire, as like in.
Okay. Well, we've got a demon on the screen. Let's see. Duopoly Destroyer says, I hope this settles it for those who still had any doubts. The U.S. and its leaders are completely subservient to Israel, not the other way around, as Netanyahu is making clear. Israel will continue to violate the MOU by attacking Lebanon. Trump is threatening Iran instead of holding Israel accountable because he knows who his boss is. And let's see what this... Actually, I recently, I've got a Hebrew translator. I got this Hebrew translator app. So we can actually translate what Netanyahu is actually saying. I'm really excited to use this. It's going to be great. We can translate this so that we understand what's actually happening. So I'm going to play it, and then we'll get the translation here.
Fungos amo cum sepis et alis leguminimus verus sunt boni sibiamans, et haec vox daemonion ensurientem me facit.
Oh my God. I think the Hebrew translated back into Hebrew. I mean, that just sounded like Hebrew to me. Holy shit. All right, that didn't work. I'm sorry. I'm going to have to get my refund on that Hebrew translator app. That was... Glad y'all like that. All right, let's just translate it we don't have to listen to this demon. It says, the directive from me and the Minister of Defense to the IDF is clear and has not changed. Our forces in southern Lebanon have full freedom of action to thwart any direct or emerging threat, against them or against the residents of the North. The IDF faces no restrictions in this regard. I stand behind them, and the entire nation stands behind them. I remain firm in my position. That we will stay in the security zone in southern Lebanon for as long as necessary in order to protect the residents of the North and all citizens of the State of Israel. So, right now, it's true that there is supposedly a ceasefire. I mean, unless some shit just went down, I don't know about. But as the latest that I understand is that there is a ceasefire between Lebanon and Israel for the time being, right? But they have not withdrawn from Lebanon, which they are supposed to do. But the Iranians are sort of dragging their feet and saying, okay, well, I guess we'll tolerate the fact that they're still in southern Lebanon, but because that they have, stopped bombing. But I think it's going to happen again. They're going to continue bombing. 60 days is a long-ass time. Lots of time for treachery. Dick Jones says a ceasefire is the quiet time between explosions. Yeah. It's a little probationary period, right? Little waiting time. Exactly. Thank you for your donation. So, I don't know. This is just going to keep going on, 800 plus F-35 airplane fleet struggles to justify $1.6 trillion price tag with just 25% fully mission-capable rate amidst systemic software bugs and chronic hardware failures, a scathing new report finds. Nick Cruz says this is one of the reasons why Americans are shocked that we lost a war to Iran, just like we lost to Yemen and the Taliban, is because the military-industrial complex is just one giant grift. That's right. It's the enshittification of everything, including missile defense, including the military-industrial complex itself. These weapons industries, CEOs and defense contractors, they are selling weapons at an enormous profit. Most of it is just inflated financial overhead. So, Lockheed Martin can use those profits to buy stock options in their company to inflate the shareholder price. And so it's one big grift. I mean, and then you find out that the THAAD missiles and the Patriot defense doesn't even work against Iran's hypersonic ballistic innovative missiles, which do not follow a parabolic arc, which is what these defense missiles were designed to shoot down, you see? So it's a big waste of money. And, I don't know what else to say. This is a crazy clip of an Israeli. I don't even know what we're going to have to find out who this guy is, but he's some Israeli magician or something. I don't know why he's being interviewed, but he's being interviewed by Israeli TV, and he says the Iranians are using a low frequency electromagnetic weapon to influence President Trump's decisions. They're using the Goy beam? Wait, the Goy beam is the Israelis. That's what the Israelis do. They have the Jewish space lasers. Is this more projection from an Israeli? This is exactly what the Israelis do. They use low-frequency electromagnetic pulses to influence President Trump's decisions. They implanted these waves into his brain. Oh, my God. The Iranians are just on a next level. The Islamo lasers. We're going to have to rebrand. Those are no Jewish lasers. Those are Islamo lasers. He says there's been a noticeable change in the president's behavior. Has nothing to do with the global economy and the crisis for the oil supply, right? The fact that we're heading to a global depression, the fact that the United States is depleting all of its strategic reserves. There's going to be a global catastrophe concerning the economy in the coming weeks and months. And this chode is telling us, well, that's because Iran is influencing President Trump's decision. It has nothing to do with the economy. It's just the Islamo laser beams. What a cope. What a cope. And thank you for letting us know that the Jewish space lasers thing, that's a real thing now. I'm convinced. Allegedly. Satirically, I'm convinced. Because why would they talk about this? This is what they're trying to innovate. Constitution, thank you so much. Did you see that farmers were intentionally burned for data centers to obtain their water rights? Some of those farms lost 100-year original contracts to water rights. No, I haven't seen that. I'm not surprised. I saw Jeff Bezos was saying that, water needs to be diverted from human consumption to data centers, which is on brand for him. But then I'm told he didn't actually say that, but people are saying that he said that. I don't know. I didn't really look into it, but and then I've seen a lot of neighborhoods are trying to put up barriers between, because sometimes these data centers will go up literally across the street from these residential neighborhoods that are obviously poor, because rich people won't put up with this shit, but it's got this incessant drone, this high-pitched whir, hum, buzz that's just always there. It's noise pollution, and they're getting angry, which I don't blame them. But I didn't see that bit about the farmers. I don't know if you have a link to anything, please share it with us. You can share it on the Discord as well. Yeah, those aren't very effective lasers because he's still threatening to kill them every 20 minutes, right? So what happened? What happened within the past 24 hours when he's done an about-face yet again and threatened the Iranian delegation when, 48 hours before that he was threatening the Israelis? Something doesn't add up here. Okay, I'm going to play this clip. I don't know if it's in English or not. Probably not. No, it's not. Let's get a quick translation of this.
Fungos amo cum sepiset alis lego minimus verus sunt boni sibiamans ed haec vox diamonion ensurientem me facit.
I'm going to beat this joke into the ground, all right? I don't care if it's old. I don't care if I played it out. All right, I'm not going to listen to the demon, but I am just going to read the subtitles. It's not exactly telepathic powers, he says, but electromagnetic powers. The Russians have it, the Koreans have it, and the Iranians have it. I know it sounds like I took it from some fictional movie, but it's really what's happening on the job now. They're working with this weapon. And in my opinion... Okay, well then let's just stop right there. In Shlomo's opinion... Okay, opinion discarded. Who are you again? Oh, you're an Israeli? An Israeli magician, huh? I don't think we need your opinion. In my opinion, they've injected these waves into the brain of Donald J. Trump. I don't exactly know. I'm not exactly sure, but I'm pretty sure it was the Iranian space laser. Because there's just nothing else that would explain why Trump would acquiesce to the Iranians. We won the war. It could even be that in Russia, when he was in Russia, it's very easy, even from the routines in Washington. Sorry, China. Oh, he couldn't even get his fucking country straight. He's like, when Donald Trump went to Russia. No, he didn't go to Russia. Wait, I'm sorry, China. When Donald Trump went to Russia, Vietnam, North Korea, no, China. Didn't he go to China? Yeah, he went to China. So when he was in China, he got hit with the Islamo space lasers, and that fucked up his brain. He's all wackadoodle now. They hit him in China, he says. They hit him in China. They can see this weapon from the what? From the routines in Washington. So, Yuri, why don't you activate your telepathic weapon, your electromagnetic weapon, to rebalance it, says the reporter. Believe it or not, they asked me to do it. And I'm working on it. He says he asked me to share with you where the request came from. Yes, there are things that I can't reveal. But we're working on it. So he's working on his own counterpart to the Islamo space laser. They're working on the Jewish space lasers. They want you to know they're trying to get this situation under control. He says, I can't reveal, but we're working on it, and I'm saying that there's a serious change in Donald Trump and his diapers very soon. So, he's plotting on live TV to aim a low-frequency electromagnetic pulse at Donald Trump's head to get him to change his policy decisions. This is where we're at in the final iteration of this apocalyptic death cult. We've got Israeli magicians saying, if I could just place the space laser at the right angle aimed directly at Donald Trump's head, we could win the war. We're going to win the war, and we could bend a spoon, too, with the space laser. Do you think the electromagnetic weapon is a Witkoff? Look, he says. It could also be related to finances. Oh, you think? Israelis talking about using weapons related to finance. I'm actually angry. I went on my networks. How can Donald Trump receive a 747 as a gift? Really? Oh my God, they're fucking crashing out. I love it. You know, years ago, Senator Cleburne Pell, he was the head of the American Foreign Relations Committee. Again, they're so involved, right? With who the United States has on the Foreign Relations Committee. Who are the senators and why? We're a foreign country. I thought you guys were independent, sovereign, mighty lions. Why does it matter what Donald Trump is doing about the war with Iran? Why? A man who works with the Pentagon and the CIA came to my house, he says. We talked about some things I obviously can't talk about here. In the end, I gave him a cheap plastic watch for $4. And he tells me I'm not allowed to accept a gift as Shabbat Shalom. All right. What a crazy story that was. Your favorite guy has a pretty succinct tweet here. He says, the average Roman didn't know their empire collapsed. They just noticed their roads stopped being repaired one day. Clavicular, this is really funny. He went to Paris, and he's getting mogged by Parisians. Nobody cares about his looks maxing. He's butthurt that no Europeans like him. And he's coping about it. He's tweeting, he says, I took over France faster than Napoleon. I retweeted this just because he got community noted for this. They say the user got humiliated at different places throughout the weekend by different people. He, in fact, did not conquer anything. Investor Chamath Palihapitiya. This guy is like a crypto Jew. Let's see. Palihapitiya. What is... I'm pretty sure he's a crypto guy. He's a Canadian-American venture capitalist. What is his net worth? We're going to set this up for you. His net worth is $4 billion. Just a measly $4 billion. And you know what he says? I love when billionaires hop on their pedestal and tell us how meaningless money really is. Like, how material things are just not really what this world is about, okay? He says, material things are useless and a sign of an insecure ego, and he delivers this lesson to us, reportedly in a Loro Piana cashmere hoodie worth around 2,400 euros.
Possessions are bullshit. They're worthless. They're a sign of insecurity, and they're a sign of a rampant ego, and they're a sign of an unsettled mind. And that's okay if you're going to be a mid, but that's okay if you're going to be a goat. Unacceptable. Possessions are bullshit. They're worthless. They're a sign of insecurity, and they're...
Well, if that's the case, if you don't want to be a mid, then I guess you got to divest your enormous wealth that you've hoarded from the general public using the mechanism of finance and private investments and vulture capitalism. But they'll never hear themselves. Donald Trump says he can corral Netanyahu. Do you believe him?
Hey, here's another beauty. What's this one?
Well,
here's a real beauty.
earlier
Go
today,
ahead.
the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said his forces are not leaving Lebanon. That is a sticking point.
Who did he tell that to you?
He said it publicly in Israel.
Well, we're going to take a look at it.
Well, what would you do to make sure that he doesn't...
Well, I'm not going to tell you what I'm going to do, but it gets solved. I'm a problem solver. I get problems solved real fast, including with Bibi. Go ahead.
Solved really fast, huh? How long has this been going on, sir? Apparently, Israel killed the Hamas fighter that was kissed on the forehead by hostage Omer Shemtov. Remember this clip? I don't know how you can possibly know that. How do we even know who the fuck this guy is? It's like, oh yeah, that's Larry. I can tell. You see you see how his nose is? Yeah, no, I don't know about all that. Here's Dr. Morandi with a clip of Ben Gvir. Let's see what Ben Gvir has to say.
Fungos cum sepis et alis lego minimus verus sunt boni sibiamans, ed haec vox diamonion ensurientem me facit.
Wow. It was beautiful. I nearly cried. So Ben Gvir says Lebanon, all of Lebanon should become our playground. All of Lebanon should be our target. And they tell me, wait a second, there is Lebanon and there is Hezbollah. He says, I do not accept this artificial approach. And he adds, let 1,000 Lebanese mothers weep and not one Israeli mother weep.
שיש על שטחים מסוימים במדינת לבנון. לבנון, כל לבנון צריכה להפוך להיות מגרש...
He looks like an old baby with a bra pad on his head.
המשחקים שלנו, כל לבנון צריכה להיות מטרה שלנו, ואני אומרים לי, רגע שנייה, אבל יש לבנון ויש חיזבאללה, אני לא מקבל את הגישה המלאכותית הזאת. לבנון היא מדינה, יש שם בממשלה של לבנון...
If there's one guy that I would like to see spontaneously combust in a video game... All right, I won't finish that sentence. Mark Levin is desperate. He's now threatening Americans, saying if the bullying against Israel continues, there will be consequences. Let's see. I always love noting the arc of Mark Levin's performances. He starts out with a low drawl, and it starts to rise. And by the end of the clip, he's completely shrill, and he's yelling at the camera. Let's see if he does that. I don't know. We'll see.
I'm going to start the program where I'd rather not start, but I must.
In your butthole? Well, he takes off his glasses to reveal his 5 head. Look at that thing. That is like Mars Attacks alien level of physiognomy. Jesus. His forehead is bigger than his entire face. I could land a fucking Boeing jumbo jet on that thing. That is a tarmac.
I want to say to people in and out of the administration, stop trashing, smearing, bullying the little state of Israel.
Aw, your feet hurt, Mark Levin? You crashing out because you're taking it all personal? Wah.
Stop cozying up to. And
If this guy isn't whining on live television, is he even alive?
telling us that the enemy regime in Iran
Look at the seal crying. I just realized, I was like, why is that up there? Oh, because he's crying and he looks like a seal.
is now more rational, more moderate, and a regime that we can deal with. When just a few months ago they slaughtered 50,000 people, they're still hanging young people.
I'm sorry. I heard it was 100,000. Ben Shapiro said it was 42,000. Laura Loomer says it's 100,000. You're saying it's 50,000. Can you get your fucking math straight? What is this Jewish math? It's very Machiavellian. It's very mysterious. The numbers change. Have they ever named one of these victims that were supposedly killed? Spontaneously combustion my ass? Is that what you meant to say? Thank you, whistling pee hole. You are the sunshine of my day.
Today. And if they had a nuclear missile today, they'd fire it into our country as sure as I'm alive. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, I thought Mark
But
Levin.
if people think they can bully,
I thought Mark Levin had some cool synthesizers in his room for a second. I was like, wait, Mark Levin plays music?
a little country,
A
really
tiny
a
little
people
country.
that have existed 4,000 years through the
4,000? I thought it was 3,000.
Babylonians and the Persians, through the Romans and the Third Reich.
The Romans and the Third Reich. So that's quite an expansive time there. You just like cherry picking history. That thousands of years happened between the Romans and the Third Reich. What were they doing then?
Into surrendering their defense. And
Just wandering the desert. That's all. Trying to save humanity.
decision on how to secure their country. They got another thing coming. I think it's outrageous. When we used to see the Secretary of War, and
Blakely made a good point. She's like, Mark Levin's American flag pin has grown exponentially as the support for Israel has diminished. Something to note.
head of the Joint Chiefs of Staff daily here on Fox tell us of the fantastic marriage, symmetry between our militaries in defeating this enemy. I'm really appalled by this, and I hope it comes to an end sooner than later, because it's not right, it's not just, and it's not truthful.
This motherfucker is shaking. Does he have Alzheimer's or something? Or what? Parkinson's, maybe? He's always shaking with rage. He didn't erupt into a shrill, whiny performance, but I'm sure if the clip went on longer, you would have seen it. Look at this. This is pretty remarkable. Your favorite guy says, I'm being blackmailed into silence. This threat contained my family's address and my personal number. And he quotes this clip that we're about to show you. You may find it prudent to reconsider several recent statements and associations. Continued escalation of your current messaging may encourage further examination. A more measured public posture could prevent unnecessary controversy. And listen to this voice.
Recent developments have drawn attention to inconsistencies in the positions you have publicly advanced. Independent observers, journalists, and former associates have begun asking questions that may soon attract wider scrutiny. While these concerns remain limited for the present, Information has
No,
a
it's not my
tendency to
translator.
travel rapidly once interest forms around a narrative. It would be unfortunate if certain details, whether accurate or
It
not,
would be
became
unfortunate.
the focus
It'd be a real shame if something happened to you.
of public discussion. Experience demonstrates that perception frequently outweighs reality. You may find
crazy,
it prudent
right?
to reconsider several recent statements and associations. A more measured public posture could prevent unnecessary controversy and preserve your standing among supporters. Continued escalation of your current messaging may encourage further examination by individuals whose interests are not aligned with your own. No response is required. We simply believe it is everyone's interest that unnecessary complications be avoided.
Why are you disguising your voice, though? You know?
Remember, if you want to step into the arena, you better be ready to throw the gloves on. Tread lightly.
Wow. So they sent that to content creator Guy Christensen, aka your favorite guy. He's big on TikTok. I mean, imagine getting a message like that. This is a kid. He's like 20 years old. He's in college. And the Mossad is sending him cryptid messages to his phone, threatening him. It's crazy, right? Kind of want to see what the comments say. Yeah, this is my thoughts too. Palestine News Network takes it. He said, these people are bluffing pussies, brother, but stay safe. I mean, of all the things, going after Guy Christensen with this cryptid audio message. Thank you, Whistling P-hole. I can't pronounce that, but I appreciate the super. Okay, we took a look at that clip already. There was apparently this meeting of Jews. Israel just named Egypt and Turkey as their next targets. Amiad Cohen told a Jewish News Syndicate summit. So this is the Jewish News Syndicate summit that happened over the weekend. That the Shia front was only phase one. Now the Brotherhood is the Sunni jihad. The priority after we weaken the Shia jihad. These guys have delusions of grandeur. They've already lost against Iran. They've lost against Hezbollah. They've lost against Hamas. They've lost against the Houthis, but they're not done. They want to start more wars. Like they're going to take down Turkey? Are you fucking crazy? From what I understand, Turkey's got a better military than Iran does. Certainly better than Hamas, which the Israelis have proven to be incompetent at destroying. They've only got a cool 10 million people. No big deal. Then he turned on the sponsor. He says, America's weak now. Years of U.S. money and U.S. wars, and the partner calls Washington too weak to keep up.
The number one threat for America is the Muslim Brotherhood. CARE and the Muslim Brotherhood are trying to take over now Florida and Texas. And first they take Florida, then they take Texas. And then America falls. New York, they already took over.
Oh,
now,
my
it's not only a
God.
threat for America, it's a threat for Israel. And 15 years from now, Israel will have a war with Egypt. The Muslim Brotherhood will eventually take over Egypt. The Muslim Brotherhood...
If a Jew's not plotting wars, I mean, are they even Jewish at this point? I mean, allegedly, satirically?
It's a Sunni jihad. Now, after we weaken the Shia jihad, will be a threat to the world. Turkey is now taking over.
Everything is a threat.
What's his name?
They just can't fuck off and just try to assimilate, right? Everything's a problem.
Foreign Minister Hakam Fidan, the Foreign Minister of Turkey, announced that we took Haleb, we took Damascus, and Jerusalem is next. The Sunni jihad is the next enemy. Israel needs to be strong. America needs to be strong. Unfortunately, America is weak. Now, the number one threat for America is the Muslim Brotherhood.
Right back at you. puss face. I don't know. That's just what came to my mind. But, I mean, goodness grief. Look at that. Look at that profile on this guy. You see this? What in the Ashkenazi hell? That is quite a look. Well, well, well. I recognize that physiognomy.
CARE and the Muslim Brotherhood are trying to take over now Florida.
Everybody trying to take over. They're going to take over Florida. You own Florida. I mean, it's kind of your fault. I mean, you already control Florida. If you lose to the Muslims in Florida, I mean, God help you. That is like the Zionist headquarters. Max also commented on that crazy Israeli magician clip with the space laser theory, conspiracy theory. Max says, pro-Netanyahu Channel 14 brought on demented Israeli magician. So here's the guy's name, Uri Geller. Uri Geller claims that Trump signed the MOU with Iran because his brain was hacked by advanced technology. I really don't think you need to hack Trump's brain with advanced technology. I don't think it would really take that much. There's not much of a brain to begin with. I was listening to Larry Johnson earlier talk about how Donald Trump is suffering from dementia and his frontal lobe is deteriorating, which explains the mania that we're seeing out of the White House. But we need advanced technology to control him? I don't think so. The clown who bends spoons with his mind couldn't deflect Khorramshahr missiles, so here we are. And then it gets posted about by Zerat News. I'm guessing this is a legit Israeli publication. And they're saying, what happened to Trump? Here, News at 5. Check out the Jewish space, or the Islamo space lasers, excuse me. By the way, the United States is the only country in the World Cup without universal health care. Tucker Carlson says, I would not support the Republican Party. There's no chance. How could I support a political party that's not loyal to the U.S.? I voted Republican my entire life. I've been a consistent defender for 35 years of the Republican Party, but there's no defending this. I'm out.
I would not support the Republican Party. There's no chance I would support the Republican Party. I'm not going to support the Democratic Party.
This is why Tucker Carlson has more balls than Kyle Kuklinski and the Democratic sheepdog squad.
I don't know what I'm going to do. But at this point, you know, how could I or any American voter support a political party that's not loyal to the United States, that puts the interests of a foreign country above those of its own citizens? Like, that's it's not possible to vote for people like that, and I'm not going to. And I think I voted Republican my entire life. I worked at Fox News, CNN, right. MSNBC. I've been a consistent defender for 35 years of the Republican Party. I mean, very consistent defender. But there's no defending this because it's immoral, and it's exactly the opposite of what...
And what's kind of, what's kind of ironic about this, or something that should lead us to view Tucker Carlson as skeptically. This a piece of evidence that will lead us to view Tucker Carlson with skepticism, there I got it out, is the fact that Donald Trump and the Trump administration are implementing policies that have been going on since the Cold War, since 1945, all right? Nothing really has changed. We've started wars with Iran before. We've committed acts of war against Iran. He supported all that throughout the entire, Clinton administration, Bush administration, as you like it, Trump number one, Trump's first term. So it's like, I think it's for him to jump ship, I mean, it's certainly a sign of the times, but let's not paint Tucker as a saint here, you know? Because all of this stuff was going on, whether Democrats or Republicans that controlled, whether it was Republicans or Democrats that controlled the executive branch or the legislative branch. It's always been happening. It's just more out in the open, right? The rhetoric is more obvious. So it's distasteful for Tucker's Christian ethos. So he's out now. But like I said, it's the same policies.
A political party in a democracy is charged with doing, which is representing its own.
Yeah, Tucker looks amazing only because the bar is set so low. Thank you. You put it much better than I did. Who was that? Bergamot. Can't see your comment now. That's weird. But yeah, you're absolutely right.
Voters, its own citizens, its own nation, and they're not doing that.
He was broke back then
I'm
on
out.
contrast.
And if I'm out, then I think a lot of other people.
He was broke back? Broke back
I would
Mountain?
not support the Republic.
Okay, we know Ben-Gvir's crazy. Talking about bombing Lebanon still. His rhetoric hasn't changed. They're making fun of Ian Carroll for, look at this. A Zionist is saying that Ian Carroll is a Talmudic scholar. He's a Pizza Hut delivery boy. He was a Kroger's grocery bagger. And I guess this is supposed to, defame Ian Carroll. Which is these Zionists just showing their own ass, shitting on working class people, right? So Ian says, pretty epic when Jews have no actual rebuttal, so they just make fun of you for working real jobs, not beating any stereotypes. Also, neither of those were my jobs because what does the truth matter anyway? I said, they show their ass constantly, shitting on working class people, the only producers in the economy and the source of their wealth. Here's footage of a Zionist airstrike. This, I think, is the one that killed that young girl. Jesus Christ, scary as fuck. Did you see that? It's fucking demon, man. They're the worst. They're the fucking worst. Okay. Israel's President Isaac Herzog said Israel deserves peace and quiet. This is what we're all asking for, says he.
For our entire lives as reservists. It is time for peace and quiet in our north, he wrote. Time to provide future generations a rise.
Time to poop my panties.
To look forwards.
We are Jews. We deserve the peace and the quiet. We need fresh case of diapers in the north. Too much soiled diapers these past months. It is intolerable. What? I just contracted COVID listening to this schmuck.
Is one more beautiful son of Israel who died whilst protecting us. Let's be clear about it. Dan was right. Israel
Fungos amo cum sepiset alis lego minimus verus sunt boni sibi amans ed haec vox daemonion ensurientem me. Fungos amo cum sepiset alis lego minimus verus sunt boni sibi amans ed haec vox daemonion ensurientem me facit.
Wow. I don't know what he said, but it sounded pretty serious. Whew. just a second. Okay, let's see. Yesterday, a brave Albanian woman entered the premises of the Israeli embassy in Tirana and removed the Israeli flag during the ongoing Albanian protest against Edi Rama's sellout of Albania to Jared Kushner / the Israeli mafia. So a brave Albanian woman entered the premises of the Israeli embassy and removed the Israeli flag. Let's take a look. Yes, Queen. It's the yassification of Albania. The YouTube chat is broken. Okay, let's see. What happened to our goddamn son of a bitch? Okay, there we go. I don't know what's... Always some stupid shit. Keep your motherfucking disgusting hands off Albania, Israel. The United States overthrows governments that provide free education and health care, then installs regimes that torture, kill, and steal, says Sony Thang. Then it has the audacity to point the ruins and say, see? They cannot govern themselves. This is something that I always try to impart upon my audience. This is what the United States does. We engineer societal collapse, and then we say, you see, look at these. We look at our victims and we say, Mom, you see, they're just dysfunctional. It's like they can't even run their society. Yes, because we blow up all their buildings. It's hard to have a society when you have bombs falling on your head constantly. He says, here's a metaphor for you. This is like burning a house, salting the earth, and then laughing that nothing grows there. Sounds pretty Israeli, actually. It's crazy that what he just described is actually what Israelis do on a daily basis. He says, I do not understand how anyone can see this pattern and still talk about American leadership with a straight face. Precisely. Here are a bunch of Israelis mourning their fallen Israeli soldiers who were killed tragically in Lebanon. Tears flow at the burial ceremony for Israeli soldiers. Let's hear what they have to say.
Fungos amo cum sepis et alis leguminimus verus sum boni sibiamans et haec vox diamonion ensurientem me facit.
Wow. Why do they all sound like Ben Gavir? That's so weird. Why do they always hump the podium? The rabbis, they're always in constant motion. They're always dry humping furniture. Whatever furniture is in front of them, they're like, Hashem needs every Yid. Shiitake mushroom. Reshit Gwela. La la la. Yeah, maybe you shouldn't go fighting countries and starting wars and occupying people's lands and shooting kids in the head, you know? Maybe you shouldn't. And then when fire comes back your way, it can't be that too much of a surprise-a-witz. Everyberg, Singlestein, Timowitz. They always cry about what happens to them, and they never tell you what they're doing, do they? My God. Spare us, you know? Spare us the crocodile tears. You don't want fucking, Israelis to get killed? Stop occupying people's lands. Stop killing people. That'd be a start. They just wanted to dance. We can dance if we want to. We can leave Hashem behind. Because if Jews don't dance, and if they don't dance, then they're no Jews of mine. I don't know. Look, it's really tragic, okay? Nobody wants to see people getting killed. That's not, you know, you may be thinking that I'm making light of this, and I'm not, all right? This is called fuck around, find out. This is called retribution. You know? This is the consequences of Israeli aggression. We don't feel any sympathy for people that are guilty of crimes against humanity when they face the bare minimum of consequences for their crimes against humanity. It's like this girl, I mean, not to, I keep going back to Ted Bundy, but I mean, when Ted Bundy was electrocuted and executed by the state, it'd be like this girl, oh, I can't believe it. So it's just awful. Yeah, it was Ted Bundy. He was a serial killer, you know? He is a good day. One less terrorist. This is good. I know you can't see it, Shoshana, but in the long run, this is a good thing that happened. Apparently, Clive Davis has died. Clive Davis was a Zionist and a corrupt music executive, but he was also a Jew and a human, all right? A Jew man, if you will. And I think it's only fair to just have a moment of silence, because nobody likes to see anybody die, even if they're Zionists, okay? So everybody bow their heads. Let's have a moment of silence. 3, 2, 1. Okay. All right. Oh, whoops. I think that was a fitting tribute. Thank you for that. It's what Clive Davis deserved. Look at this. Israeli troops are turning to yoga to deal with post-traumatic stress disorder from committing atrocities against Palestinians. So they go and kill children in Gaza, in Lebanon, and then they come back to the Promised Land and they do some yoga about it.
To bringing somatic healing yoga practices to starting with soldiers who've experienced PTSD, not just PTSD in light of October 7th and the subsequent war, but also soldiers that have been traumatized and suffering from all kinds of issues in combats and other types of fighting situations, even before the October 7th massacre. Now we're really...
They're literally doing downward dogs. I mean, the irony, right? I mean, you couldn't think of a better metaphor right there. The dogs are doing downward dog poses to alleviate themselves of the trauma of murdering children on a daily basis.
Recognizing and aware of the fact that PTSD is something real.
PTSD is real, guys, and it is real in Israel. And I'm sure they'll make a movie about it in the future. I turned on fucking Netflix and... dude, every time I open up, like, I'm ashamed that I have Netflix, but it's like, well, you know, what am I going to do? It came with my internet, all right? What do you want from me? But I turn on the TV, and I'm immediately blasted with just Zionist propaganda. And ever since I've noticed, and I've had this political awakening, and I've seen things, I see a lot of things now. I start noticing more. I'm like, wow, it's just right there under our noses. This whole time. And, Joshua, don't you watch your fucking mouth, all right? How about you go away? Telling me to go away? You come to my live stream and tell me to go away? The balls. The baldacity of you. But there's like, I mean, literally, it's like there's this biopic, or not even that. It's a movie about King David, and it's like King David, something like King of Israel. It's like Israel's right there, like the word Israel. It's like King David, and it's like, watch this movie. And then you've got Golda Meir. You've got the Golda Meir movie, played by Helen Mirren. Helen Mirren starred as Golda Meir in a there's a biopic, I guess you could call it, or a biopic or whatever. It's just everything we see, man. It's like, don't forget, Jews are chosen. Don't forget, you love Zionism. Don't forget, Israel great. Watch this movie. I feel so bad for people that are uninitiated in all this. They're like, oh, the goy slop is on. The goy cattle huddles around the TV, watches the goy slop, and they're like, oh, the Jews, man, poor Jews. Israel great. What a great movie. I don't know. I just know that they have the Cube of Saturn, I believe it's called, which we call the Cube of Satan, of course. I'm not sure. I think it has to do with their like Baal mythology. You'd have to consort the Talmud.
That many are going through, not just from combat, not just from October 7th and the war, but also the impact of the world reaction to the war and the situation here in Israel. So this group right here is dedicated to taking in these practices. And what's more special about this organization,
They're literally showing their whole ass.
is that many of these soldiers, once they have learned themselves, are getting teacher training where they are then able to take it into the field to IDF units.
They are lucky I can't call in an airstrike
That are
in a video
currently
game.
serving not only in reserves but also in real time, with an end goal of being able to take these practices before having to have the effects of post-trauma and having to do it in retrospect. Another thing that we need to take into account of what happened on October 7th is that it basically reopened a lot of the unhealed wounds that haven't been dealt with from soldiers that have been in other
The
types of
unhealed wounds that have not been dealt with from the other soldiers.
situations like I mentioned, like the Second Intifada, the Lebanon War and whatnot. You have people from all different.
Lizzie Savetsky is becoming my favorite Zionist to troll. She says, this is disgusting. Jews can't even buy coffee in New York City without being harassed. Says, truly wild stuff from a local New York City coffee shop. The city has become a very broken place. Can't help but also notice Dan Goldman's thoroughly dignified response. Hey, we see that you stopped by our shop today for coffee. Do you see how it doesn't taste like genocide juice? Or are you still having a hard time telling the difference? See, here at Poetica, we don't serve racists, fascists, homophobes, genocide enablers, or anyone in between. Too bad we didn't recognize you right away, or we would have turned you away. We issued you a refund. We don't need your money. It's probably coming from AIPAC anyways. Wow, this fucking coffee shop place is based. Enjoy your loss on Tuesday. Don't ever come to Poetica. Dan Goldman says, I'm sorry to see this post. The barista could not have been nicer to my 7-year-old daughter and me, allowing her to use the bathroom, even though we had not purchased anything. I made sure to buy a coffee in return for her kindness. I hope you at least make sure she gets the tip that she deserved. So he's a representative, apparently. And I'm sure they're going to turn this into, oh, this place hates the Jays. But notice. Important word, notice. Did they say the J word anywhere in here? How is it anti-Semitic to say we're against racists, fascists, homophobes, genocide enablers? How does one say that? And then in your mind you hear, oh, Hate the Jays. Just say it. Well, Lizzie Savetsky fills it in for her. She fills in the gaps from the gap that is between her ears. Jews can't even buy a coffee, she says. I think there's a little bit more to the story than just Jews can't buy a coffee. Look, acting like he's a random person and literally not this person's congressman. Jews have nothing to do with Israel's Lebensraum project. Thank you. It's fucked up, Lizzie. It's almost as bad as kids not being able to live in Gaza. You know what I mean? So, in response to Keir Starmer's resignation, George Galloway says, as your leader in exile, I today intimate my readiness to return as your prime minister. Maybe you should watch me shave your mom's bush and then go to town on that thing. Would you like that? Why are you so concerned about how I look and whether or not I have a beard or not? Are you obsessed with me? Are you hitting on me right now? That's what I want to know. My Workers' Party government is ready and willing to cooperate with patriotic and right-thinking people in the national interest to save Britain from its downward spiral towards oblivion. We stand for common sense socialism of a kind once familiar in our islands. We reject extremism of all kinds. Our 5-year economic plan would begin the rebuilding of our national manufacturing base. Relief for our farmers and fisher folk. I don't think I've ever said that word in my entire life. Fisher folk? A sharp turn towards vocational training and apprenticeships. We reject net zero apocalypse policies and woke identity politics. The only identity that matters to us is class and country. We believe the current Chinese model of a mixed economy with the state playing a guiding role as the guarantor of the national interest is the best model, as China's unprecedented success illustrates. We would take Britain into the rising world of the BRICS and the SCO. Oh, this is never going to happen. I mean, I hate to be a doomer, but yeah, I'm sure the British Parliament is loving this. We reject war and the mindless preparations for it which make war much more likely. We oppose British membership of NATO and the authoritarian European Union currently destroying European identity. We reject globalism. We want to be British, English, Scottish, and Welsh, not in anywhere branch of globalized capitalism. We would return to the Scottish and Welsh people their inalienable right to self-determine. We would take immediate steps to facilitate the reunification of our Ireland. We would repeal all authoritarian laws, bans, and prescriptions and return a revitalized police force to policing crime, not political dissent. Our 10-point plan is our lodestar, socialism and British characteristics. Nice. Check us out. I await your call. George Galloway, leader of the Workers' Party. Boom, bang, bing, bong. He's got my vote, and I'm not even British. Did you know that Miss Israel is also a data scientist and a high-tech startup founder, only in Israel, says the Mossad? Yeah, I'm not really surprised by that, actually. It's one big cesspool. That actually sounds pretty on brand. I'd be surprised if it wasn't the case. Everyone in Israel is involved in that genocidal supply chain, okay? Well, she's no Marjorie Taylor Greene, Saeed. Now, I'll give you that. I mean, there's dead, lifeless eyes. Says it all. Danny Danon says, at every opportunity, Zohan Mamdani, the mayor of New York City, exploits the public stage to attack the Jewish community and spread anti-Israel messages. Mamdani, when you call AIPAC monsters who move millions in dark money to preserve power, you are employing blatant anti-Semitic narratives. The only monster in this story is the hatred that you continue to normalize and spread. When?
Now is the time of monsters. These monsters take many forms today. In AIPAC, for whom...
Mom Donnie's just like quietly like quoting Antonio Gramsci, Italian communist Marxist.
The only thing more frightening than democracy being allowed to run its course is an end to genocide and Netanyahu's wars. They move millions in dark money to accomplish a single goal: to preserve their power so that they can turn us against one another. Now is the time of monsters. These monsters take many forms.
Did he say AIPAC?
In AIPAC,
Oh, he did
for
say
whom
AIPAC.
the only thing more frightening than democracy being allowed to run its course is an end to genocide and Netanyahu's wars.
That is very anti-Semitic. You want to end the genocide? This is ending the genocide is like another hologram.
People told us you cannot attack the soil of Iran, but we changed that. We sent our brave pilots over the skies of Iran. We changed Israel's security doctrine. We initiated
shitballs. Thank you to the anonymous gifter. 50 subscriptions. I don't know why we have to put up this charade. Like, who could it be? Who could it be? We know who it is. Thanks, Mom. Guys, my mom's in the chat, and she just gifted us 50 gifted subs. That's so nice of you. Oh, no, I'm sorry. It was Saeed's mom. Not my mom, but Saeed's mom. She loves me. Saeed's mother? Yeah. Yep. That's really nice of her. No, I love you guys, and I thank you so much for supporting the stream. I'm very blessed to get to do this each day and have 11 times. That's right. Yep, we're down to 11. It's all right. It's all right. Well, I'll find a way to redeem myself, all right? We've got a hype train started, folks. To all my Fisher folks out there, we've got a hype train going right now. Choo-choo, motherfuckers. I'm excited. I'm your captain speaking. This is the Goy train. We're going to the Goy station. That's actually, I really want to show you this. I think you'll laugh at this. Saeed will laugh, and all of you will laugh at this because it's pretty funny. I have so many reposts to show you. I don't even know how I'm going to get to them all. But we're going to skip down here because of all people, Asmongold had a really funny post here. He says, I know, Asmongold sucks, okay, but thank you, Anonymous, for giving me all the credit. Look at that. That's so sweet. Yes, Anonymous is very nice to do that, isn't he? Martin is cheering on Twitch. I'm surprised that you're on Twitch now, my good man. Thank you for the cheer. So here are some additional horrible slurs that some bigots online have been using. Hopefully you can use these to better combat anti-Semitism. None of these are funny. And anyone laughing is a horrible person, okay? All right. Now, the first one is goynip. So let's just review our goy terminologies, our goy vocabulary. We've got goynip at the top here. Goynip is an exciting event or a thing that keeps the attention of people who are considered goy. So What's an example of goy nip? That's right, Martin's love for the World Cup. That would be, the World Cup, FIFA, that's goy nip. The NBA Finals was goy nip. The Super Bowl, the Oscars, the UFC fight at the White House, all goy nip. It's an exciting event that keeps the attention of the people who are considered goy. And why is it necessary? Because it distracts, right? Then there's, of course, the crowd favorite goy slop, which is a type of food or leisure activity that is indulgent and unhealthy. Thugbone's on the board. Thank you so much, Thugbone. I salute you, Martin, and Saeed for the support. And also Valentine Bilby, I can't forget you as well for gifting a subscription to the stream. Thanks for everyone contributing. It certainly helps. And what's he going about now? What's he going on about now? So you've got goy nip, goy slop. Now the goy beam, that's what that Israeli magician Uri Geller was screaming about, crying about. The goy beam was suddenly, commandeered by the Iranians and was aimed at Donald Trump's forehead, and it caused him to change course and go against Israel and find a peace deal with Iran. That's the only way that's the only thing that makes sense, of course, is the goy beam. Super Garble wants to join in on the action. All right. I take back everything bad I ever said about you. It's not true. All right. And I will let everybody know, especially Dude Control. You're a consistent gem here as well. Thank you so much, Sir Dude. But yeah, I don't ever believe whenever they talk shit about you guys, I never believe it. All right, I just want you to let you know. I always defend your honor. It's like when they told me that you were ugly and you don't get any girls. Like, I was like, no, that's not true. They said you were parasocial and you never touched grass. I was like, no way. They're great people. They're good goys. So thank you. Well, I mean, you can't cure ugly. But if you are a member of this stream, which you are, Gato Surfer, it can make you more lovable in your ugliness. And so that's a win, all right? We got to work with what we got, all right? You got to shake what your mama gave you. Unless you're me, in which case I shake what your mama gave me, which is that booty. No? Not funny? I should move on? Okay. There's goy cattle. We know about goy cattle. That's when you get called a goy cattle, that's worse than being a goy. Because what that means is, like, we're all goys whether we like it or not, but we can be noticing goys. We can be goy conscious in our goyimness. But goy cattles are goyim that don't even realize that they are goys. So that's worse than being a goy, because they're, as this says, even dumber and even more servile. So Mike Huckabee, definitely a goy cattle. I mean, a lot of our politicians, you could say, goy cattle. Of course, they're paid. They've got a very expensive pin that they place these goy cattles in that work for the Israeli or on behalf of the Israeli government. The gattel, yes, you could combine the words. Goy woke. That's good. It's good. That's what we all here are. The wokened goyim. Awake, fair goyim. Arise. Arise, ye sleeper. The goyonnaise. Honey, can you can't speak. Honey, can you pass me the goyonnaise? Ooh, goy cattle equals blue pilled, goy notice equals red pilled. Perfect. The imposter goy phenomenon. I don't know about you, but I'm a true, authentic goy. And I think you are too. I think you know that. Yeah, Gwyneth Paltrow is goyp. It's kind of a reach, but we'll let it pass. We're expanding the glossary a lot. We're expanding the vocabulary. This is good. My favorite, however, is goy looping. It's the last one on the list here. Goy looping is when a fat, I don't know why they say fat and or R slur person, Thank you, Jess. I appreciate the cheer. Happy Pride Month. Yes, Queen. Yes. The yassification of Jess Poole. Thank you, Jess. So goy looping is when a goy person, a goyim, keeps saying the same thing over and over. They're goy maxing. There you go. The goy cup. Le goy of my egoy. That's goy-tastic. Oh, my lord. Lord. I'm reading comments as I speak. That's always funny. Goy George. Yep. You guys are just really, your creativity is no bounds. You really are impressing me right now. Yeah, goycott. I forgot about goycott. You can goycott things. So the BDS movement should be the GDS movement, the goycott, divest, and sanctions relief. We are goy maxing, that's right. Danny Goy Lover. Okay, that's not too good. Okay, that's you're trying too hard. We need low effort goy comments. This is the goy chat. Goy story. Goiper. So goy looping, that's my favorite. If my commentary becomes redundant, just tell me I'm goy looping. And I'll be like, okay, all right, I'll move on. Sorry. I glitched out for a second. I goy glitched. So anyway, I laughed like a giddy little schoolgirl when I saw that post. I was just smitten. All right, we got so many reposts here. I am going to eventually get to the Discord momentarily. But we have a lot to sift through here. All right, where were we? We were listening to that demon and this demon, and then now a reporter just asked J.D. Vance what they're doing to stop Israel's genocide in Lebanon. While his response was inadequate, it is important that the press is finally asking the question and holding Israel's feet to the fire.
Are you ready to stop genocide in Lebanon? As you know, your alignment is right.
Let's see if he pushes back on that characterization of it being a genocide, because we know they don't like to acknowledge that.
Has something like genocide in Lebanon. The main issue is stopping this.
He's like smiles like timidly. He's like, I don't like that you characterized it. That's why I'm grimacing.
Well, ma'am, I think that the President of the United States and the United States of America have done more to stop the conflict in Lebanon than any government anywhere in the world over the last few months, and we're going to keep on working towards it. As I think a lot of you appreciate.
That would be Iran. Thank you.
Peace is never easy. Peace always requires a little bit of work. It always requires a little.
It's never. Really? I don't think that's true. I think when the Americans want peace, it happens like that. A famous example of this, like when Norman Finkelstein brought this up, and I'm probably not I'm not well versed in this point, but I did learn it through reading his books, and it's been a while since I read his book, so forgive me on that. But I want to say in like 1979, Israel and Egypt had a conflict. I don't know if you can consider it a war. Maybe you can. But I'm pretty sure it was in 1979 that Egypt and Israel had a conflict, and they had to negotiate a peace deal. And when that peace deal happened, it wasn't like, okay, it's a ceasefire, but we're going to have 60 days of an interim period where we're going to make sure everybody plays ball. No, the peace deal was brokered on that day, and then that was it, you know? And Norman Finkelstein was trying to make the point in the context of the Oslo Accords, which happened in the 90s a little bit later, and just the subterfuge that was the Oslo Accords, all the subversiveness committed by the Israelis and the Americans to fuck over the Palestinians and make sure that they were not going to get their right to self-determine. They were not going to get their sovereign land back, and they had this what they called a confidence building interim period, confidence building with the PLO and with the Palestinians, which never, amounted to any peace. And the point is, people that are poor, countries that are poor, do not have human rights. They don't have the right to peaceful borders. They don't have the right to self-determine. But when a country, a formidable country demands peace, in this case in the 70s with Egypt and Israel, they were able to get peace, right then and there. It's just the fact that Palestinians don't have money. They don't have, they're poor. They've been ethnically cleansed. They've been deprived. They've been dispossessed of all their natural resources, all of their infrastructure. They don't have an economy. They rely on humanitarian aid. There's really nothing to speak thereof. They don't have an army. They don't have a military. They don't have military infrastructure. So peace, in that context, is really complicated. It's always complicated. Peace is always so complicated and complex and difficult of a process concerning the Palestinians specifically. That's it.
A little bit of give and take, but the President of the United States is committed not just to peace between the United States and Iran. The President is committed to a regional peace, which is why we're here working so hard to settle our issues.
Realistic. Are you ready to stop genocide?
So this guy's point was just like the fact that they're even asking that question shows something. I'll leave that to you to be the judge. Ben Gvir says, we must attack. If Lebanon allows its territory to become a base for terrorism against the state of Israel, Beirut must understand that it will not be able to continue functioning as usual. Whoever chooses war against Israel must bear the consequences. We appreciate our friends, the United States, but in the end, our responsibility for our security is ours and alone. And here he is. Let's roll a clip of him speaking. Let's see what he has to say. See what he has to say. What is it?
Fungos cum sepis et alis lego minimus verus sunt boni sibiamans, et haec vox diamonion ensurientem me facit.
Wow. So that's what the demon was saying. Okay. So if you're just joining us, 2 people were killed and several others injured after an Israeli strike targeted a vehicle in the Beer 20 area of Al-Mawasi. Remember when they were trying to get, they being the Israelis, were trying to get the Palestinians to move to Al-Mawasi like 2 years ago? They kept evacuating people out of the north, going to the south, then telling them to go more souther, then go more west and south, and just go to Al-Mawasi. There's literally nothing there. There's nothing there. Just go by the beach and, I don't know, maybe eventually you'll just drown in the ocean, And the point I'm trying to make is that I remember so vividly when early on in this genocide, early 2024, late 2023, when they were doing this shit, they were telling the people to evacuate, and then they'd bomb their homes, and then they would force the retreat to the south, and then they couldn't go back to the north, and then now the south became the new safe zone, but then the safe zone became a kill zone, and then now the kill zone, and then they were saying, okay, well now here's another safe zone. And I remember Al-Mawasi, the news was reporting Al-Mawasi is now the safe zone, and everybody that knew what Al-Mawasi really was, why they were pushing them to Al-Mawasi, was because it was literally nothing there. So they would just go there and starve. They'd have there's no infrastructure in Al-Mawasi. And they told them, it's safe in Al-Mawasi. Well, look at this, you know. I mean, they've been bombing Al-Mawasi, you know, for years now, but they're still bombing Al-Mawasi. And that's the only reason I know about the place that's called Al-Mawasi. Because it was supposedly a safe zone at one point. Look at this. An Israeli member of parliament, Michal Waldiger. A Waldiger. That's her last name. She says, no one is innocent in Gaza. Yes, children should be killed too, she says. This is what she says, YouTube. I'm reporting the news. This Israeli member of parliament said that children should be unalived too. There is no other way. And I just want you to take a look at this ghoul. And just tell me. You can see it, right? You can see it. You can see it in her eyes. You can tell that whatever photo op picture she's taking where she's forced to smile is just a brief performative respite from her criminal lifelong career built on cynicism and sadism. You just know as soon as that photo was taken, she went back to being a sadistic, psychopathic bitch. You can see how you can just envision her eyes changing, her facial expression changing. Like I said, evil acts, they show up on your face. People can tell what you're up to. If I was a bad person, you would know. You'd be able to see it. It'd be written on my face like it's written on this bitch's face. Empty, soulless, dead, vapid eyes, demon eyes, in fact. She's got some, she's in her skin suit to hide her scales. All right, so Max reports that U.S. aid served as a slush fund for Juan Guaido during Trump-Rubio's first coup attempt against Venezuela, financed Cuba and Nicaragua's right-wing opposition, and provided cover for CIA torturers running Operation Condor. I'm not sure I get the full context of that, but I did repost it because I usually repost everything that Max Blumenthal says. Here is, in case you think that the Americans are saints, here is a clip of a U.S. soldier in Iraq during the occupation of Iraq, and he's telling one of the kids that if this Iraqi boy didn't serve him tea, he probably would have unalived him in his house.
Shukran. This is all I use you for, you know? This is, if you didn't have this, I'd probably kill you.
We are very thankful.
It's just, yeah, sure. You Haditha. Ana Haditha.
Shukran.
This is all I use you for, you know?
This is all I use you for.
This is, if you didn't have this, I'd probably kill you.
We are very thankful.
It's just,
charming. Anna Kasparian stuns America with an unexpected speech. You are either Israelis or Americans. Make your decision. Go and enjoy yourselves there.
Quick, because right now, you know, there are these reports of Israelis flying back to Brooklyn, you know, flying back to safety as this war happens, right? As the possibility.
Yeah, they're flying back to Brooklyn, but during the summer, Anna. They just wanted to be at the beach, and now they can't. They've got to go back to Brooklyn? To their mom's house? And spend the summer in Brooklyn? They were supposed to be at the beach. Why don't you have any sympathy for the Jays?
Of nukes getting dropped on Iran comes up. No. If we had any real leadership in this country, they'd be denied entry. Go back to Israel. Go back to Israel.
Well, you
revel in it. And your U.S. citizenship should be revoked. You're either an Israeli or you're an American. Make your decision. But you don't get to suck the life out of our country on behalf of the country you actually love living in and care about, and then come back to safety when it's convenient for you. Go back to Israel. Quick, because right now, there are these reports.
Racist Karen tests the wrong officer and instantly regrets it. The captions are clickbait. The video does not show any racist. Okay, then I'm not going to watch it. After being used by NATO as a proxy for 7 years to fight to the last man, Zelensky seems to believe that he is actually the man in charge. Ukraine will determine who will be the negotiator with Russia from the EU, says Zelensky. Can't believe that guy's still alive. Here's Keir Starmer announcing his resignation and then hugged by his crying wife. Could have flashed the peace sign like Tricky Dick, but no. Just a little grimace, and then he's on his way. Cheerio. Total Albanian victory. Look at this. Is this real? That's copyright music. We can't play that. But look at that. That is inspiring. Nothing inspires that nationalist sentiment more than Israelis for some reason. Some strange reason that I can't quite put my finger on. While Washington's accused of interfering in Peru's election, Colombia's president accuses Israel of interference. Both countries are in danger of destabilizing far-right victories. In short, the U.S. of Epstein plans to recolonize all of Latin America. Colombia does not accept the results of their election. Crazy, right? I mean, I'm seeing a theme trending around the world. It's like everywhere in all these countries, all the victims of U.S. and Israeli imperialism, they're all taken to the streets. They're tired of it, man. Tired of this shit. Everything is the same. It's like Albania, Colombia, Venezuela, Chile, Argentina, Albania, Cyprus, Greece. Cyprus is in Greece, right? Or is Cyprus his own country? I forget. Either way, Iran, of course, and many others. Always the same story. Rabbi Pupu, he tell us, he shared his clip of J.D. Vance behaving like a good guy. He says, Rabbi Pupu says, there is an old Jewish tale told in the Talmud about a master who sent his servant to buy for him a fish in the market. The servant came back with a fish that was utterly rotten and smelled bad for his master. His master gave servant 3 options. Eat the rotten fish, pay a fine, or be expelled from the city. The servant chose the first and began eating the rotten fish. Halfway through eating the rotten fish, he just couldn't stomach it anymore, so he asked to pay the fine. After he paid half the fine, he realized he cannot afford it anymore and was therefore expelled from the city, thereby taking on all 3 punishments. This is what J.D. Vance did to himself by turning on Israel and his horrifying performance today in Switzerland. Oh, Rabbi Poo-Poo, I say, a.k.a. the Talmud turd. Still quoting the Talmud like the jig ain't already up on all this shit for forever. The Talmud turd strikes again. Weird, right? But yet there's an old Jewish tale in the Talmud about a master and his servant. And who's the servant in this case? The lowly Goyim, J.D. Vance. Who's the master? Well, we know who that is. It's the Chosenites. So Johnny Grass says, I'm wondering why you thought it was a good idea to share a Talmud story about a Jewish man abusing his servant. But do not talk about Goyim or Goys, because that is anti-Semitic. But sure, they can say shit like this all the live long day, of course. That's just Jewish tradition. Look at this. Qatar, USA, and Mossad huddled around a laptop. Live from Lucerne. Here's another genocidal translation moment from Hebrew to English. It says, this is from an Israeli, by the way. People call us baby killers, but you know what? They're not wrong, and we should not be ashamed of it, he says. I'm proud to be one, because this is what Hashem ordered. Hashem is the Jewish word for God, as I understand it. To kill the Amalek. That includes men, women, baby, animals, and even their trees. He says, I served in the IDF in Gaza with the 84th Givati Brigade, and not many of us saw any issues with it. In fact, we were encouraged at times. Jesus Christ. I feel no emotion when it comes to this. They need to be dead, and we need all of our land back, all of it, Eretz Yisrael. It's like that rabbi telling us, you know, obviously we are doing something depraved, but you do it once, you feel a little bit of heartbreak, but you do it again, your heartbreak a little less, and then by the third, the fourth time, you kind of start to enjoy it. This is exactly what he's saying, right? So remember that they whatever they say in Hebrew is different from the story that they tell us in English. In Hebrew, the demon tongue, they speak honestly and openly. Is there another religion that orders the K-ing of children? I'm genuinely asking. Exactly. I don't think so. I think it's a Chosenite tradition. I'm starting to believe that maybe Judaism is a threat to our Islamo-Christian values. I know they tell us that Islam is a threat to our Judeo-Christian values, but everything I'm learning about the Judeo part seems kind of antithetical to both Islam and Christianity. So if you want to play this culture war bullshit about Jews and Muslims and Christians and Jews and Christians and Muslims, let's take a look at it then. What do you say? By the way, Saeed, while I'm thinking about it, I'm reading this book. I know I talk about it a lot. The Destiny of Civilization. I've been listening to a lot of Michael Hudson, and he put forth a good point that I think you would agree with. He's talking about how democracies tend toward oligarchies. And yet, in Middle East monarchies, for example, that doesn't seem to be as much of a trend. And I want to read more about this. And I think if I get him on the show, which I'm planning to in July, he said his schedule frees up. He's going to join the show. Michael Hudson, he's a famous economist. And I'm going to ask him about that, about how, because in the West, we're like, oh, monarchy bad. And Saeed's always like, monarchy actually good? It's like, wait, I thought you guys said monarchy was bad, and yet everything we're seeing out of our democracies here seems to be everything that you pearl clutch about what you think a monarchy is. But, in fact, it goes back to Caesar, too, because, Caesar was king, and apparently, historically, kings, monarchies, from time to time, to garner support, massive popular support from the people, what they would do is they would have a jubilee. They would cancel the debt of the population. Just wipe it clean, start over. We're resetting everything. Everybody's on good, equal standing. And that was a wildly popular policy. And it was a way for kings to endear themselves, I guess, to their people, and let them know that your king loves you, we're looking after you. But this is an antagonism. This policy, of course, is an antagonism to the moneyed class of these societies. So what were essentially the oligarchs of old Roman times, and it translates across other cultures and other times in history, from what I'm learning. But that's why Caesar was assassinated, because the Senate, which were themselves oligarchs, were worried that Caesar was going to cancel the debt. And if they did that, that meant that, the oligarchs, they survive on debt. They survive on indebting the 99% to them, That's the establishment of that flow of money and transaction. Make sure it always transfers upward, The flow of money must always, that's why they use the debt. They debt trap us so that all of our payments, all of our money goes back to them. And that's how the grift works. So I'm not trying to say that like Caesar was a great guy or anything, I don't know. But I think in terms of how we view him in the context of oligarchy, he was apparently an enemy to the oligarchical class. So for that, that's a point for the monarchy, right? But anyway, I thought you would enjoy that point. And like I said, I'm not very well versed on delivering it, but I'm learning, I'm learning as I go. Hope to have more on the subject matter. I love learning about history and just how economies were run going back to the ancient Romans. And there is a lot of parallels from what I see, from ancient Rome to modern day America, the United States. There was the oligarchy, and just like we have here. And the way that they financed debt was, from what I understand, similar to what we're doing. They had they had this class called the publicani, the knights, and they were corrupt as fuck. And I think even Brutus was a publicani. Let's see what I just put. Publicani was. They were the wealthy Roman businessmen and private contractors. So what they did is they were in charge of collecting taxes in the Roman provinces. However, there was a loophole. However, they also set the interest rates. They also gave out loans. So that they were in charge of. It's like too much power, corrupts you. And they were given this power to combat corrupt governors in the provinces. But lo and behold, the publicani became even more corrupt. So they collected the taxes, but they also loaned out money to the provinces so that they could pay the taxes. And when they loaned it out, they collected interest on the loan, of course. And if the debt defaulted, they would, even if it didn't default, even if the publicani, even if they wanted to just take that land or those assets or that business or this or that, they would just go in and take it, and maybe they would claim like, oh, you're late on your payments or something. But apparently that class was like sort of spelt the end of Rome. Like once that was introduced, a lot of the historians at that time were saying that, well, this is the end of Rome because of this class of wealthy Roman oligarchs that control taxes and interest rates. And what is the Federal Reserve today? That's exactly what it does. It controls both the tax rate and the interest rate. It controls the credit creation, the creation of new capital. They make sure all that goes to the banks, the commercial banks, to service more debt. Any credit goes to service more debt. And that's how it works. So there's a lot of parallels between late stage Rome and late stage America. The decline of two empires. Okay, so moving on. This is one of my favorite talking points from Jewish Zionists. They try to posture themselves as if they're victims by explaining that they were always vilified in every country that they ever went to. But it was always that country, whatever country they were in, it was always that country's fault, right? It was never the Jews, right? Let's see, I haven't.
And let me tell you how anti-Semitism works down the ages. Ever since we lost our country and we became defenseless, we were defenseless not only against physical attack, but against the vilification.
Are you trying to say the Jews are weak, Netanyahu? That is an anti-Semitic stereotype.
That often and always preceded them. So we were faced in one country with such vilifications, and that led eventually to either one of two things.
Gee, I'm beginning to think maybe it's your fault, kind of?
Exile or massacre. And then we went to another country.
Damn, you went to another country, plundered that country, introduced usury and predatory debt. And lo and behold, we couldn't assimilate. We got kicked out of the country too.
And we faced exactly the same thing after
they never learned their lesson, did they?
Vituperations and vilifications that we're poisoning the wells.
We have literal clips of them poisoning the wells in the West Bank. Literally this month. It's happening right now. They're doing this. And he's trying to say it's some anti-Semitic stereotype in the annals of history. It's a Jewish myth. Don't believe your lying eyes. And we hear reports that they're giving Palestinians polio. They're introducing polio into the water supply.
We drink the blood of slain children, that we carry vermin.
Carry vermin. It's like Epstein Files has entered the chat. Drinking the blood of children, huh? What were they doing on Epstein Island? Oh, jeez. Oh, that's right. They were feeding newborn babies with fresh mother's milk in order to get the intestinal tract to be just the right sanguine taste when it came time to eat that baby.
And by the way, these are the exact lies that.
And that's what they call the cream cheese. Is like the milk that built up in the intestines of these dead babies. It's crazy shit. I can't even believe that I'm saying this shit, and it's real.
Continued right up to the Nazi Holocaust. Exactly the lies.
Look, he's doing the salute as he's talking about the Nazi Holocaust. He's literally doing the thing, man.
So we were faced with these vilifications.
He's doing it again.
And then we were massacred.
What is going on?
Another country. And the same thing happened.
They always tell you what's happening to them, but never what they're doing. Yeah, the background color is appropriate. He just needs a tiny mustache, and he needs to start beating the podium with his hand and yelling incessantly.
Fungos amo cum sepis et alis leguminimus verus sunt boni sibiamans, et haec vox daemonion ensurientem me facit.
Shit.
Come and go in a predictable cycle, as my historian father told me. But the change is that when they come to slaughter us, we fight back. We don't let them do that. We fight back and we roll them back, exactly as we have done now in the last 3 years.
Why is this microwave Jewish? Why do they have Jewish microwaves? Why do Jewish people need a taxpayer-funded dedicated microwave in public schools? Due to religious reasons, this microwave is for Jews only. Kosher food only. Only cream cheese, beef jerky, or Comet pizza can be in this kosher microwave. Please. Thank you. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Here's J.D. Vance reacting to Trump saying, if Iran closes the Strait of Hormuz again, they won't have a country. Here's J.D. Vance at the negotiating Motherfucker's crying. Here's Gaza, June 21st, 2026, but it's not a genocide, guys. It's not the wholesale destruction of an entire civilization. They wanted to live in tents like this. The largest concentration of tents in the world, more than 170,000 tents, cover Gaza after the city was transformed into a vast displacement camp. Let's see what Kamala Harris says.
I really truly believe this. We each have light inside of us. And we need to know that that is what inspires our hope as much as anything external to ourselves.
Yeah.
And
don't worry about the organization of the economy. Just get in touch with that light that you have inside of you, and you too can be president.
We feel that and not allow an election or an individual to dampen that light. And instead
just tone police your own behavior and habits. Don't get upset about the state of affairs. Just take care of your own inner space, all right?
That light kind of carry us, in particular through moments of darkness, that we not only...
I wonder, like, these are two shitheads on the screen, of course, but, like, come on. Even Don Lemon knows you're full of shit at this point.
Act on that
what is
hope,
this bullshit?
But we inspire that hope
She's
in each other.
Really great at
And
word salads.
in particular at this moment, it is so important that we
She
not
helped
only
herself to
have
another martini.
hope, but that we understand that that should be
She's
a verb.
speaking.
I really, truly believe this.
She's like, I know this sounds insane, and I'm going to get all metaphysical on your ass right now because it's nonsense, but don't let them destroy the light inside you.
So breaking news, President Trump has just threatened to murder all of the Iranian peace negotiators.
To the Iranians, saying they will close the Strait of Hormuz in response to Israeli strikes against Hezbollah in Lebanon. President Trump tells Fox News he spoke with Iranian officials overnight and said, you close it and you won't have a country. He went on to tell these officials, you won't even make it back to your effing country.
And you really have to wonder if this is the reason why. Take a listen.
There's a real deal between the Americans and the Iranians, and it's going towards that. Netanyahu will try to sabotage it. One of the ways he'd sabotage it is by putting out Epstein material against U.S. government officials, including Trump. New material that wasn't seen before.
So I guess we all know who the daddy in this relationship is. So breaking news, President Trump has just threatened to murder all of the Iranian peace negotiators.
To the Iranians, saying they will close the Strait of Hormuz.
Can you clue us in as to what line that was? Because I missed it. I've never heard her say one meaningful thing.
In response to Israeli strikes against Hezbollah in Lebanon. President Trump tells Fox News he spoke with Iranian officials overnight and said, you close it and you won't have a country. He went on to tell these officials, you won't even make it back.
Obviously that's speculative. I don't know. I don't know if there's blackmail material at this point on Donald Trump. I mean, I would have thought there was. But then, I don't know. It seems like last week we were thinking, well, if there was blackmail material, it would have been shown by now, because look at what Donald Trump's doing. That little girl was me. I forgot she said that. I forgot even what she was referencing. What was she talking about in that? I don't know. What do you guys think? You think there's blackmail material? What's the reason for Donald Trump to then make all these comments saying he's going back to threatening Iran, even though just before that he was threatening Israel? It seems like Donald Trump's just the kind of person that likes to be mysterious, and he likes to gaslight. He likes to have the whole country living in uncertainty. He does have dementia, that's true. He might be too old to remember what he said on Friday. Yeah, he's got his gold pager. I don't know. It could be theatrics. People also say that like that whole about face that Trump and Vance were doing against the Israelis last week was just show, coordinated, just to I don't know, give the impression that the Americans were going to go ahead with this peace deal. I don't know. I'm just, my head's been on a swivel. Every day it's something new. We go this way, we go that way. It's just, I don't know what to believe anymore. Okay. Sounds good. Yay. Avi Mayer says, today I had two very different experiences with Uber drivers in Birmingham. I don't generally wear my kippah when walking around in England. This morning was no exception. Upon arriving from London at the city's Moore Street railway station, I was picked up by a driver named Ahmed. Ah! He was playing some Islamic preacher, and the preacher kept saying, Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar. I was like, this is a blood libel against the Jays. He asked where I was visiting from. I mumbled something about having come from America, and I left it at that. But a few minutes later, he commented on the heat and mentioned that he was from East Africa. So in an effort to make conversation, I asked where in East Africa. Somaliland, he answered. I sensed an opening. Oh, yeah, because Somaliland is being colonized by Israel as we speak. He was driving in the direction of Mecca. It was a tragedy. I was like, please get me out of this terror mobile. He picked me up in a terror truck. He said, so I sensed an opening. I actually live in Israel, I said. Shalom, he said, breaking into a grin. We are friends now. We ended up chatting happily about the newly established ties between our two countries. I noted that his president had just visited Jerusalem, and he told me that if I ever visit Somaliland's capital, Hargeisa, I'll find the streets lined with Israeli flags. You now have more Muslim friends, he said. I asked if he visits home, and he said he does, usually via either the UAE or Ethiopia. Soon I'll be able to fly through Tel Aviv, he said excitedly. Yeah, he probably understands that he needs to be a friend to the Jews. Okay, you're living in London. You're an Arab Muslim, or you're, a Muslim from East Africa. You better be nice to the Jays, or else they're going to deport your ass. He says, it was a great experience, but my journey back to the train, however, was somewhat less cheery. I ordered an Uber, and a driver named Muhammad, oh no, accepted the ride. As the app showed him approaching the address, I went outside, forgetting that I still had my kippah on. Oh, this is where it gets good. Yes. More. He pulled up to the curb and waited. I approached the car, about to get in. As soon as he saw my kippa, however, he abruptly sped up and drove off. Oh my God, it's a hate crime. Moments later, the trip was canceled and the app started trying to find me a new driver. 2 drivers, 2 very different experiences. Life as a Jew in 2026. Oh my God, somebody canceled on you. Some Uber driver canceled on you. Like, can I claim anti-Semitism when they can't? I mean, who hasn't had an Uber driver cancel on them? You know? Like, oh my God, this thing that happens to all humans every day on a daily basis, it happened to me, but it's because I'm Jewish, of course. No other explanation possible. He's making a lot of speculative value judgments on this Uber driver that he never met, has no idea. Yeah, that's probably what it is. He figured, oh, the guy's got a tiny hat. He's not going to tip. Better get out of here. And I love how he's trying to get sympathy. Life as a Jew in 2026. Oh my God. An Uber driver canceled on you. You had to find another Uber driver? It took you a whole 5 minutes. You missed the lighting of the menorah. No. I was late for brunch. It was terrible. And then I got to brunch and I didn't have my kosher quail eggs. They were out. I was like, this is another holocaust. Yeah, try life as a Palestinian. How about life as a Palestinian in 2026? Huh? You want to go back up to the tent city we were just looking at? Yeah, try life as a Palestinian in 2026, Shlomo. Then you start having some real problems. Try, I don't even want to talk about it, honestly, because I'll get flagged or something. This is not a World War II detention camp. This is Gaza. The people in these camps are civilians. Some were executed, some subjected to sexual violence, and all endured torture. Here's life as a Palestinian in 2026. What do you think about that, Shlomo? Try being hogtied and graped by a dog, Shlomo, and then tell me about your problems. Fucking idiot. It's the tone-deaf, narcissistic self-centering of the victimhood of Jewish identity that just sends me fucking through the roof, man. And then people say, have you tried crying about it? And to that I say, yes, I have actually. I have cried about it. Legitimately cried about it. Yeah, it's always the slightest inconvenience is anti-Semitism. What regular goyim are subjected to on a daily basis is an abomination. It's like when these people cry about losing their rights, it's really just like, oh, their privileges were inconvenienced. The solution is always to wear bigger hats. Look at this. Alex Jones is pictured with his dad here. He says, because it was Father's Day. Happy Father's Day to all the fathers out there yesterday. He says, happy Father's Day to my amazing dad. Look at that. To which I say, how are you all the same age? It's literally, they look the same. They're both in their 70s. I don't know, does Alex Jones look old or does his dad look young? Or, I don't know, I'm confused. Look at this. You are not prepared for how dog shit this painting is. This is hilarious. This artist is sharing her art. She says, if supporting Israel offends you, this painting probably isn't for you. It's a terrible painting of an IDF soldier reading the Talmud, apparently, drinking Manischewitz wine. This is Israeli art for you. This is the pinnacle of Israeli art. And it's just it's like a traced recreation of an IDF soldier posing for a photo. She's like, this isn't politics to me, it's personal, she says. Well, it's also personal to me as well, your art, and I personally hate it. I personally think your art is dog shit, actually. You should find a new career because this is not the one. She's like, if supporting Israel offends you, this painting probably isn't for you. Apparently, it's not for art critics either. It's apparently not for art connoisseurs as well. I'm sure your mother's gonna love it when she hangs it up in her bathroom. But other than that, here's Iran's negotiating team every time Trump hits post. That'll be that. Here's J.D. Vance live from Tehran. Look at this. Rabbi Shmuley with his daughter. London's full of disgusting Jew haters, he says. Imagine just everywhere you go, you're just like, yep, just a bunch of J haters. Look at me. Apparently, Justin Trudeau was about to get, but Putin calls it off. Look at this clip. Somebody approaches from the back. Putin's security waves him off. Saw that? He's like, don't worry. Justin Trudeau had no idea he was this close to never dating Katy Perry. He's like, all right, I'm going to get out of here. He's like, don't worry, we're not going to do it now. All right. So Colombian President Gustavo Petro says he does not recognize the results of the Colombian election, accusing Israel of compromising Colombia's election software. This is a crazy clip. Look at this. Israeli journalists are now saying that the U.S. needs another 9/11 to realize that Israel is its true friend. This guy says they're going to do it again. Look at what they did. Wow. Here's Israelis' favorite word, imagine. They say, imagine a tunnel like this, just 4 kilometers from your home. 4 kilometers from your children's bedroom. Be honest, would you wait for it to end in disaster? Or demand that it would be destroyed completely? They're still talking about terror tunnels in 2026 like we give a fuck.
Some of you still don't seem to understand the
Yeah, we don't. Just cry about it, Shoshana.
severity of Hezbollah's threat. So I came all
now they're in Lebanon. They're saying, look at the terror tunnels in Lebanon. They're just the Gaza playbook. Yeah.
Hezbollah terror tunnel to show you the reality on the ground.
The Hezbollah terror tunnel. She's speaking perfect English and an American accent, clearly indigenous to the Middle East, of course.
The tunnel
What the
is
fuck are you doing in Lebanon, you silly bitch?
about 7 kilometers into Lebanon from Israel's border in the town of Majdaljoun. Hezbollah invests their money and their time into building terror tunnels and firing rockets and drones at Israeli civilians. Time and time again, we show the truth. Hezbollah tunnels, Hezbollah exploits.
Time and time again, you don't seem to acknowledge the truth, which is that when you bomb people and destroy all of their infrastructure, including military infrastructure, their residential buildings, etc., you force people to go underground. And I think you Jews, you understand about tunnels. I think you love tunnels. You love tunnel networks. I don't see why. I mean, why are you so averse to building tunnels when it's Hezbollah? They're like, why don't the Lebanese stand on the surface when we bomb them?
Civilians, Hezbollah's terror in general. Yet time and time again, the world chooses to ignore. Israeli civilians don't have that privilege. Hezbollah's terror is on our border, and so is their threat. If we don't operate against them, our existence is on the line.
Sure thing. That is big, if true. Maybe you should vacate from occupying Lebanon first, and then maybe see if there's still a problem with the Hezbollah resistance. Maybe just, I don't know, stop occupying land that isn't yours, and then give peace a chance.
We don't want war. Hezbollah left us no choice. We will.
All you people talk about is war. You're already planning to invade Turkey after losing to Lebanon, Hamas, Yemen, and Iran. But you don't want war. No. All they just want is some peace and quiet.
Always protect and defend our civilians. It's our job and our duty. Some of you.
Your duty is in your diaper right now. You better get that changed out. Here's the face of Pakistan's prime minister after Trump threatened to murder Iran's negotiators.
بحسب السلطات السويسرية هي ستقتصر على اليوم فقط، ولكن سيكون هناك لجان تقنية وفنية بحسب ما أعلنته قطر ستتابع كل الجوانب الأخرى. هذه الجولة من المفاوضات تأتي بعد توقيع مذكرة التفاهم.
He looks a bit confused. Israel Center carefully monitoring the situation. All right, I think we're getting to the end here of our reposts. See if there's anything else we want to say. Let's see, British Colonel Richard Kemp to Jewish News Syndicate Summit in Jerusalem. I speak as a goy. A mere goy, he says. This anti-Semite, how dare he? He's telling us he's a goy cattle. I bow before you, Jews. I am only a mere goy. British colonel is just a mere goy. The Jews were put on the face of the earth to be a light unto the nations. It's just like what Kamala Harris was talking about. Be a light. Israel is that light.
I speak as a goy, a mere goy. The Jews were put on the face of the earth.
It's like, what are we doing here, folks? Is it really, are we cucked that bad? Do we really have zero spine? We have no backbone? We're just going to say, yes, we must bow. So servile, so cowardly.
To be a light unto nations.
I just don't understand this.
And they are Israel.
You know what's, I mean, I do understand it because we know he's getting paid a fuck ton of money to be part of the Hasbara machine. But still, it doesn't make it any less unsettling.
Is being that light in defense of its own country. And I think most particularly, not just in military technology, but in the way in which those extraordinary men and women of the IDF have shown the world how to fight. And many countries in Western Europe, which are
How to fight babies, yes.
face this violence, will be looking to Israel to see how they're going to fight. So the narrative is one thing, but action, I think, is even more important.
Thank you. That was completely retarded. Sorry, I didn't mean to use the R slur, but sometimes it slips out. That was really dumb. I cannot agree with anything you just said. Okay, we saw the yoga clip. Who did this?
Stop trashing, smearing, bullying the little state of Israel. Stop cozying up to and telling us that the enemy regime in Iran is now more rational, more moderate, and a regime that we can deal with. I don't know what's going on. Stop.
I mean, even just looking at this face, you're going to be accused of anti-Semitism. That's Debbie Wasserman Schultz. Why do they always... You can always tell. Oh my God. Put the baby down, Schultzstein. She's like, look, I've got a little black baby. Vote for me. I kissed the black baby. See? I'm not racist. I had a great time celebrating Juneteenth yesterday with all my fellow blacks.
I'm doing an impression of her face.
And then now I'm going to talk like her. You ready?
Fungos amo cum sepiset alis leguminimus verus sunt bonis sibiamans, ed haec vox diamonion ensurientem me facit.
Okay, I'm actually concerned that maybe my face is going to stick like that and I'll never get it removed. Yeah, crazy cat lady. That's a good way of saying it. Look at this, Elon Levi just proving that the common core trait of every Israeli is profound cynicism for all human life, okay? So Israeli strikes kill 6 people in Gaza yesterday, including an Al Jazeera cameraman. And Elon's really butthurt about that. He says he was a Hamas combatant. It doesn't matter if he had a side hustle. They're just cynics, man. Everything about them. Cynical sadists. It's a common core trait. Like a hunter with her quarry. Very good, Assembler. Thank you for that super chat. So did you guys see that J.D. Vance got snubbed by, I think, Qatar? And, of course, Iran snubbed him. I don't know why they sped it up like this. The playback speed's really fast. Okay, here we go. There's Arakchi. I think that's the Qatari. It's Qatari official.
समझ को जो है वो आगे बढ़ाएगा और उसकी साथ
want to see the famous clip where he gets snubbed. Here it is. Here it is. Or maybe not.
Vice President.
Well, it is here somewhere. We'll get to it. Let's see what this is. Mark 11.
So I just want to explain. I'm not.
Look at that. Look at that head. Look at that thing. It's like the alien, you know, from the alien from Alien, literally. That fucking huge forehead that the alien has. That's what I think of when I see that. Look at that thing. That is impressive.
So I just want to explain. I'm not an agent for the Israeli government.
He's got to preface it. I know what you're thinking. I must be an agent for the Israeli government. But I'm here to tell you, oh no. Oh no. No, 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 no. You want me to translate? No, I'd be happy to. Let's see. Let's get a little translation of what he's saying.
Fungos amo cum sepiset alis legominimus verus sunt boni sibiamans ed haec vox daemonion ensurientem me facit.
Oh, look at that. And then he's followed by Netanyahu. Let's actually take a look at the clip.
So I just want to explain. I'm not an agent for the Israeli government. I don't meet with the Israeli government.
I just happen to perform all the tasks of an Israeli agent at the behest of the Israeli government. I do this shit for the love of the game. What's your point, Mark Levin? I'm just paid by the Israeli government to do their work for them.
I don't conspire with the Israeli government.
2 seconds later.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Prime Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu.
Delivering the keynote address at the Jewish National Syndicate. Even that, I mean, that should tell you everything right there, right? Why is there Jewish national? Like, Judaism is not a nationality. Why are we grouping religious ideologies with national ethnic identities and literal political projects, you know? Oy vey, I have to say. Oy to the vey. The Jewish... Oh, I'm sorry. It's actually called Jerusalem News Syndicate. My bad. I thought it was... There are Jewish national groups. Okay, I'm not making this shit up. It's called the Jewish News Syndicate. My bad. But the point stands. Also... You know, there was the Jewish Colonization Association. I'll never forget that. That was the main organization that was devoted to procuring Jewish settlements. Basically, you know, like it said, the name, it was true to the name, Jewish Colonization Association. They were tasked with procuring the land settlements from Palestine and giving to their precious chosenite people. Okay. Netanyahu says we'll remain in southern Lebanon as long as necessary. Shut up. All right. I know I haven't really gotten to your links here yet. I'm sorry about that. Some of this stuff we've already seen. Let's just do a few.
We need to ask God to open up a horn of oil upon us.
A horn of oil?
Because the timeline and algorithms reinforce the idea that it is normal to hate the Jewish people.
Oh, God.
We need you more than ever.
We need to strike again and again and again and again and again.
But remember, they're just a peace-loving people, and they just want to live in quietude. They hate war.
Till we win the battle.
October 7th uncovered and unleashed the anti-Semitic dogs of war and...
Guys, it's like, if I was like I don't know, in charge of their marketing and their PR, I'd be like, can we cool it on the demon metaphors, please? Let's stop. Look, the perception is already that you all are demons. Let's stop doing that. No more metaphors pertaining to physical traits of literal demons, please.
Havoc. And everyone says, I dare you to violate it because we're going to fire back. So they've killed around 700 Hezbollah terrorists.
God says when you go into exile, you're going to be there for so long.
They're not children. They're not children. They're Hezbollah terrorists. Hezbollah terrorists. If you say it over and over again, it might become true.
Teach your kids the Bible.
May we never cease praying for Israel and never stop loving the Jews.
When you stand with Israel, you stand in that same
You get better interest rates.
spirit.
What is important in Paul's theology and distinctive is that grace is understood as an incongruent gift.
I had a supernatural experience on the road to Damascus. My eyes were blinded.
Always intact, while I witness and document that they're conspiring to tear that down on you, and you will be trapped and persecuted and fighting from a place of weakness unless you step up now.
And we pray that the day will come very quickly.
The land of Israel was holy, not simply because the people of Israel and Jesus lived there.
As for all who walk by this rule, peace be upon them and mercy, and upon the Israel of God. That all who walk by this rule is the entire Christian community, Jews and Gentiles.
Über die Rettung von ganz Israel geschrieben.
What has been written about the salvation of all Israel?
Wird nicht geschrieben, dass ganz Israel gerettet
hear
wird,
the fucking
dadurch,
music
dass
so
die
goddamn loud.
Gemeinde aus Heiden entsteht.
It is
Oh my
not
God, my
written that
ears.
all Israel will be saved as a consequence.
Jesus, I mean, fucking shit, dude. Who edited that? Who mixed that shit? Saw this.
This will last for at least 50 years, and you'll never have a leak. It's very strong. You couldn't, if you had a knife, I don't want to give anybody
He's talking about the reflective pool, by the way.
ideas. If you had a knife, you can't even cut it. So strong, so powerful. It's like powerful rubber.
He's talking about the paint, the newly painted reflective pool. He's like, you can cut it and nothing will happen.
Contractors who did the initial work with the reflecting pool, are they to blame for the current condition, or is it
No,
the
no, we had vandalism. No, vandalism. You know, we have 100, and we have
So apparently you can cut it then if you can vandalize the pool.
I think 290, 300-foot slit right through it. Probably a box cutter or a knife of some kind.
National Guard and police have been all over the mall. How would these vandals have gotten so close to do something like that?
Do you have any proof of I mean, we didn't have a lot of them then. Who would think that somebody would go into a pool and take a knife and start cutting it?
Do you have proof of that?
Yeah. Well, let's put it this way. When you have a 350, I think it's 350, not 250.
We got the IDF. They're investigating it.
A 350-foot slit from one end to the other. You think that's proof? You think that's proof?
Reporters have been down there today looking for that slit that you mentioned, and
Well,
there's no evidence of
all
it.
you'd have to do is see the Parks Department. They'll show it to you.
Well, he's just lies as he breathes.
See the secretary, but I saw it. They cut it very violently.
They cut it very violently, but on May 4th, he's gloating about the reflective pool and how you can't cut it.
This will last for at least 50 years, and you'll never have a leak. It's very strong. You couldn't, if you had a knife, I don't want to give anybody ideas. If you had a knife, you can't even cut
funnier.
it. So strong, so powerful. It's like powerful rubber.
Unless that knife is a box cutter, apparently.
Are the contractors who did the initial work with the reflecting pool, are they to blame for the current condition, or is it
No,
the
we had vandalism. You know, we have 100, and we have
I think he just relies on the public just having amnesia. We all have short-term memory. We're just gonna forget. Who cares? You know, he said it over a month ago. I missed that. I don't even know that he said that. He literally doubled down on the thing that ended up happening anyway. Maybe it was Donald Trump that cut it. Oops. All right, I'm just going through here. We got a lot of clips. I'm not sure.
Why is that guy's ballot so much bigger than mine? Oh, no, his ballot's not bigger than yours. He's voting more than you.
What?
A judge in Delaware recently ruled that corporations can now vote in elections too. And
in Delaware, man.
It's a pretty big deal, but not in the way that a lot of viral...
Corporations can now vote. You know, corporations are actually people, as was ruled in early 20th century court rulings.
Posts are making it sound. The ruling didn't give corporations the right to vote in state or federal elections. They can't vote for president, Congress, governor, state legislature, but they can
there is a loophole. Well.
vote in municipal elections. Oh, ooh, phew, you had me worried about it, like it mattered. It does matter. Local elections are far more impactful than people realize. Property taxes, land rights, zoning, permits, development. Why are you voting today? Well, normally I don't really care, but this time I want members of the city council to block the new AI data center that they're talking about building here. And I want people who will approve it. There were over 1,400 data centers approved or built in 2025, and those decisions are made at the local level. Well, not if I have anything to say about it. Well. In the first 3 months of 2026, over 75 data centers have already been blocked because of local opposition. Now, the thing is you may not have as much say as you think. In 2024, 1/4 of the votes in this Delaware town came from non-human artificial entities. 25%? What, because corporations are considered people?
They control the executive branch, they control the legislative branch, they control the courts, they control the judicial branch. They've got all of it cooked.
It's because this town gave voting rights to landowners. You can't base voting off of land ownership. That's what the 24th Amendment...
Common monarchy W.
is. The 24th Amendment prevents a poll tax. It doesn't explicitly say that you can't use land ownership as a requirement to vote. Modern voting rights are tied to a number of amendments, but the 14th was largely used to establish equal protection, or one person, one vote. Delaware just ruled that land ownership can at least be used to acquire a vote. Let me get this straight.
I've decided I'm taking my Saeed PAC money and I'm starting my own country called Saeed Land. And we're going to have a monarchy. We're going to have King Saeed presiding over all. He's going to cancel the debt. He's going to lower interest rates. He's going to make banking a public utility.
Can give voting rights.
And all will be well. And all of you are welcome as citizens of this new country.
Landowners, even if the landowner is a corporation. Exactly.
Oh, well.
So someone
don't mind if I do, I guess. I was going to anoint Saeed the king of the land, but apparently he pledges fealty to I, the good goy cattle that he is, of course.
Could theoretically create a bunch of shell companies that own land. Yeah. Which gives wealthy interests the ability to sway elections. Bingo! Yeah, It's not a Supreme Court case, so the ruling doesn't apply nationwide. The ACLU is trying to appeal it, but it does set precedent for Delaware that has several other municipalities with similar laws on the books, where people can literally...
Yeah, Saeed, yet there's a future for you, okay?
Buy votes.
Don't rule it out, okay?
Don't be so...
rule it out. And usually it's the person that doesn't want to be king that would make a great king. So, you got my vote. I don't want to hear it.
Sin embargo, muchas veces los empresarios solo se preocupan por sus ganancias.
That's the Pope being really based. This guy says Stalin, Mao, Pol Pot, and now the Pope. Being a fucking commie. He's like, they only care about their greed and their economic profits, he says. Which comes from certain economic systems where the most important thing is to make more money. Yeah, certain economic systems like, the one global economy that we're all living through right now, finance capitalism. I like how he doesn't name it, He's like, certain economic systems where they put profits over people. I wonder what you're talking about, Pope Leo. You're still based in my book. Kippah Gate. Oh no. What are the Jews up to now?
British-Israeli academic Alex Sinclair, by his account, was shocked when he was detained by Israeli police for wearing a kippah, a head covering, embroidered with an Israeli and a Palestinian flag. Now, he was taken from the cafe where he was sitting near his home in Modin, central
Look
Israel.
how petty they are. You wear a kippah, but you have Palestine flag. Give me the kippah. Apparently, the same box cutter that cut up the reflective pool was used on this two-state solutionist kippah.
Israel ordered to hand over his kippah and actually locked in a cell. When the item was returned, as you can see here, the part with the Palestinian flag had been cut out. Now, the unusual case has gained domestic and international attention. Even
Palestine doesn't exist, though. Why are you guys so upset? Like,
after Sinclair shared the details on social media, but now still determined in his search for dialogue.
I'm not mad. You're mad.
He's replaced his old kippah with a new one, keeping the Palestinian flag there. And
they got rid of the wrong flag, you know?
Have Dr. Alex Sinclair.
This is so dumb because, like, this is the problem. You know? It's the erroneous fallacy of a two-state solution, of Israel being able to live side by side, this settler apartheid colony living side by side with the people that they are mandated to subjugate. It's just not going to work, you know? You got to get rid of the Israeli state.
Keeping the Palestinian flag there, and we have...
If you want all people to live equally and not have this weird Jewish supremacist society where Jews have preferential treatment and first-rate citizenship over other non-Jews, you have to dismantle the apartheid state, lock, stock, and barrel.
Alex Sinclair, writer and educator, joining us from Modin. So thanks for being with us. Look, you must have been shocked by the police involvement in this issue, but look, I imagine that this kippah has drawn, negative attention, we could say, before.
We kippah you in
describe
prison
the odd
now.
situation you found yourself in and your motivation, so where?
Sure. First of all, thanks for having me on, and I'm happy to have the conversation. I think the first thing for me to say is to stress that I'm a Zionist. I'm somebody who grew up in the place where you just had that excellent report on just now. I grew up in London.
But you're a liberal, secular Zionist, so in other words, you're a goy cattle to the actual theocratic Orthodox Zionists. The state of Judea Zionists, as it were.
I lived in Israel.
It's like as soon as you start like that, like you just started. Well, I just want to say, I am a Zionist. I just believe that two-state solution is possible. It's like, no, the real Zionists actually hate you. They actually look at you as goyim. They hate a liberal, pluralistic, democratic Zionist state.
Really, since 1997, moved to Israel with a short period in the States in the middle. But I live here. I'm a Zionist. I have 3 children who are all right now.
What do you call a Zionist comedian? Not funny. And also, that joke you would call not funny because I didn't laugh. But I like it. I think it expressed something true. But it was not an example of something being funny.
Serving in the army, and so this is the place that
I'm a Zionist. Please don't strike me. Yeah, that's the energy, right? Please don't hate me. I welcome the moniker of Zionism onto my identity. But, however,
that is my home, that I love, that I choose to live in it, and so everything that
he's still apologizing.
Well, now, we'll talk about. I really think that's important to understand for you and for your viewers. I do this as a proud Jew and as somebody who believes in this country and who chooses to live here and wants this country to thrive and flourish in the future. I'm a Zionist because I believe that the Jewish people are a people. I believe the Jewish people have a right to self-determination in this part of the world, in their ancestral homeland. And I'm really I love being part of that story. I've worn a kippah for many years.
Okay, I don't give a fuck about your history of wearing a kippah. Please spare me. Who gives a shit? Like the fact that that's like a 10-minute news story because somebody had to, they got their kippah back after what, being arrested or something, and then the Palestinian flag was cut out. Like, ain't y'all got something else to talk about? So Albanian protesters vandalized construction site of a development project. We love to see it. This is the kind of content I'm here for. Burn it down. In a video game, allegedly. No comment. No comment. Actually, damage to corporate property is actually that's terrible. That is awful. Look at these terrorists. That's nope. Don't like that at all, YouTube.
Chris Wright, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. So 141 years ago, Albert Einstein, 121 years ago.
Oh my God, this guy is an embarrassment.
Albert Einstein published a paper on
Nobody cares.
Good point, good point.
I never go back. I just, and usually they won't catch you. But go
Yeah,
ahead.
like, come on, dude.
Published a paper on the photo.
Trump was actually based right there for a split second. I can't believe I said it. He's like, nobody cares.
Electric effect.
I like that. Look how awkward this guy is. We got to watch it one more time. It's funny
Actually,
as fuck.
Chris Wright, please.
He's goy looping as we speak.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. So 120.
It's like his big moment. He's finally getting to talk in the Oval Office. For all the media, the national media is there. He's got the president right in front of him. He's like, 112, but it's like, never mind.
141 years ago, Albert Einstein, 121 years ago. Albert Einstein published a paper on
Nobody cares.
Good point, good point.
I never go back. I just.
Donald Trump was born to be a gay man. Look at that little wrist slap.
Good point, good point.
I never go back. I just, and usually they won't catch you. But go ahead.
Published a paper on the photoelectric effect.
As an Albanian, I will tell you why we are rioting. We are rioting because there is no schools, there is no pension for pensioners, there is no hospital, there is no medicine, there is no parks for kids.
Sounds like capitalism to me.
There is no normal salary. You're telling us you want to build a 5-star resort to give jobs to Albanians. Meanwhile, the whole Albania is filled up with Philippines working for less than what you pay us. It's not their fault. They have nothing back home. You want to build a 5-star resort. How about you clean up the mess you've made for the last 15 years? We are so tired of you embarrassing us worldwide, telling CNN.
Yeah, Einstein's not that old. I was just thinking about doing the math. It's like, it was like 100 years ago.
There's no protest going on. It's fake news. There's no land being rented off. Meanwhile, Ivanka Trump is on an interview saying
That's true. Einstein was anti-Zionist.
she
He
discovered
said the state of Israel would be like one of the biggest catastrophes. He literally called it a catastrophe before the Nakba, which in English means catastrophe. He's like, I predicted this shit.
an island. How convenient 2 years ago you changed the law, and in a protected area now you can build as long as it attracts tourism. And how convenient for Miss Ivanka Trump. The land in question has bunkers, tunnels, and it's in a strategic position.
Is that true? Did Einstein marry his cousin? Now you see, now that's a funny joke. Because you see how you tied it in with relativity? Relative theory of relativity. Oh, that's good. All right, we're back on. Wow, he married his cousin. What a genius. Yeah, people then say, oh, well, Einstein was a Zionist. He was just critical of Chabad. No, I don't know if that's true. I don't know. What do you guys think? I read the letter that he wrote about the state of Israel. He urged the leaders, I forget who he wrote it to. I'm pretty sure it was the political leadership that was responsible for creating the state of Israel. And he said, don't do this. It's going to be a catastrophe. And he was right. Yeah, they begged for him to be involved and become the first prime minister of Israel, and he refused. So, you know, I have to say, I think he's pretty based. If he was a Zionist, I don't see any evidence of it. But I'm going to give him a pass, all right? In light of everything else to focus our anger at, I'm not going to waste it on Einstein.
Position for whatever they've got planned. Maybe my parents didn't have the strength because they were forced to go somewhere else for their future. But me, I'ma speak up every chance that I have. This is not gonna happen under my watch.
Good.
Mr. Edirama. You're done.
Done. You heard her? You're fucking done.
Stop genocide!
Stop genocide!
Stop genocide!
What are the cops doing? I don't get it.
Stop genocide! Stop genocide!
Cops are like,
Free
"All right."
Palestine!
Hell yeah, brother. Explaining the peace deal.
All right, everyone. What is the problem? We won. Just read the loose terms of the document we didn't make immediately available. This is their total surrender in the form of an arrangement with the Iranian government we said should be toppled by the people we also threatened to annihilate. First, they are opening the strait that we control, avoiding the potential economic crisis that we said was not our problem. Then they get $300 billion from anyone besides us to rebuild the infrastructure that we bragged about destroying. And yes, maybe they deserve some missiles to defend themselves from the neighboring countries we're saying should pay that $300 billion. Just not nukes, made from uranium dust that we had to get until it was buried so deep only we could get it, and they promised to give us, so now we don't need it. And I'll be honest with you, the press is not reporting the importance of this agreement we made in Versailles. It's like a treaty. Let history remember that we signed the Treaty of Versailles. Now, can we please move on to the president's executive order that the color green should now just be considered a different shade of blue?
Yep, that's right. Alan Greenspan did die. Perhaps his greatest contribution to humanity. I feel really awful about it. I've been crying all day. The fact that this man, he was so young. The Lord took him way too soon. He died at the tender age of 100. Listen to me. Listen to you listening to me. How about that? Are you making fun of Alan Greenspan? He died today. And you know what? I think just because you're making jokes, because this is not funny. This is not funny at all. I think just for that, we're going to take a moment of silence for Alan Greenspan. May he rest in peace. Let's have a moment of silence. 3, 2, 1. Who farted? Who was it? Who did that? That is not funny. Stop that. I said stop. Okay, am I gonna have to put some people in the corner? You wanna go timeout? What is going on? Is that pizza? It smells like old pepperoni. What's going on? Anyway, Alan Greenspan was a great man. He was a very influential chairman of the Federal Reserve, thank you. He was championed by Milton Friedman, guys. And you're laughing?
All right.
You knew I was going to do that, huh? I knew you were going to be a little bitch about it. That's what I knew.
No, the problem is not Lebanon. The problem is Israel and what Israel is doing in Lebanon and to Palestinians in the West Bank and has done to people in Gaza. The latest estimates of the number of dead in Gaza are in the many hundreds of thousands. The fact that Hamas and Israel share an interest in downplaying the level of casualties, death, is very obvious. The Israelis don't want to validate the charge of genocide. The Hamas does not want to be charged with having brought disaster to the people of Gaza.
I think that's an old clip. Oops. Oh, look, Saeed's in the Discord. What's going on here?
Oh, but supporting Iran means supporting a dictatorship. Look what they do to women.
My brother in Christ, stop being ignorant, stop licking the balls of the US and Israel, and wake the hell up. Iran has direct elections. Women vote. There are women elected to parliament. 60% of university students in Iran are women. And Iran leads the world in the proportion of women graduating in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics.
Yeah, but that's not what I heard.
70% of medical and engineering students are women. Iran has a Jewish community of about 15,000 people. Jews serve in parliament. The Iranian constitution has recognized Jews as a religious minority and guarantees
Okay, but why did you say it like that? Why did you say it like Jews? Jews. Jews? Jews. Why do you say it like that? It's anti-Semitic. Not the word, but your tone is just, it's very problematic.
A reserved seat in parliament. They are not persecuted. They don't suffer apartheid. They are not
apartheid.
Slaughtered.
They have an appetite for apartheid.
Unlike Israel, which is doing exactly that to Arabs on its own territory. Now, do you know where there are no elections and no parliament, where women are treated as subhuman with no rights, legally considered property of their husbands?
Kansas.
Where activists, journalists,
Utah,
regime opponents, even simple critics of government lose their citizenship, are sentenced to death or 50 years in prison, where there are state policies to enslave immigrants. Oman, Saudi Arabia, United...
Saeed, I see why you were commenting about this. Of course they got a shit on the Gulf Coast, don't they?
Arab Emirates, Qatar, Kuwait, Jordan.
Go.
You know what these countries have in common? Besides being bloody dictatorships where women are treated like garbage, they are all supported by the United States and Israel. So enough.
It's like this guy was almost based, and then he had to just go ahead and shit all over the Arabian Peninsula. And I don't fuck with that, all right? I don't fuck with that shit. I gotta stay down for my homie Saeed. That's my dog. He's a monarchist. I'm pro-monarchy, all right? I want you guys to know that. Don't come in here with your anti-monarchist bullshit. I don't want to hear it. Fuck democracy. How about that? Fuck democracy. Because democracy leads to oligarchy. as we have learned. I'm for the monarchy. Jordan, maybe if you type it in all caps with a bunch of more exclamation points, maybe then we'll believe you. Maybe then you'll be able to do something about it instead of cry. You think? Like, I'm sorry, but we have enough problems with our democracy. I don't think we need to be pointing the finger at other systems of government, okay? Everything about my fucking country has been a lie. Thank you, Squishmallow, for making Allie and HD's day, because she's now a part of the Rathbone cult. Did you know that you joined a cult when you tapped into this live stream? I don't know if you knew that, but that's why there's some Kool-Aid in the back. We've got some punch and some cookies. And a manifesto that I'd like you to read as well. There's just one rule. There's no hats. Hats are forbidden. I don't care if it's the tiniest of hat. In fact, the tinier the hat, the worse. But also large hats are not welcomed either. So, just hats not allowed. Are we clear? All right. A member of the Rothschild family, Dame Hannah Rothschild, reveals that their largest foundation was set up 140 years ago in Palestine to help the future citizens of Israel. Why am I not surprised? The foundation exists to make sure Israel leads the world in various institutions. It is for all the citizens of Israel, because it was set up before Israel itself was created.
And then the biggest foundation we have, which was...
What? Israel was an artificial creation of the 20th century? In the age of colonialism? It's not 3,000 years old?
Set up by another forebear, Edmund de Rothschild, 140 years ago. So it's the oldest one in Palestine.
She called it fucking Palestine, by the way, which we were told never existed, does not exist, and will continue to not exist, but they still invoke its name for some reason.
One, because Israel is still a comparatively young country, that one has, it's firstly, and this is terribly important for us as a family, it is for all the citizens of Israel. Because it was set up before...
Terribly important, maybe just it's terrible. How about, can we just stop it there? It's just terrible.
Israel itself was created. When my forebears set it up, we set it up for everybody, regardless of their religion, of their creed, their lack of religion, their profession. And that informs everything that we do.
Summer heat worsens in Gaza.
As the brutal summer beats down on Gaza, more than 1.7 million Palestinians try to survive. The sea has become a temporary escape, a place where the displaced try to cool down, if only for a short time before returning to the camps.
I run away from the tent to the beach to swim there. We are exhausted from living in these tents.
It's not a concentration camp because they can swim. And then go back to the camps.
The heat is unbearable. We can't stand it anymore. We are bored. We just want to escape the heat and the suffocation by going to the sea.
I think you're maybe 15 years too late. But yeah, R.I.P. Whitney Houston.
For many, life just a short distance from the shoreline is becoming increasingly harsh.
The situation inside the tent is extremely difficult. The sun and suffering show no mercy. I was injured by a tank shell. Shrapnel hit my neck.
Are you saying that because did Whitney Houston have something to do with Clive Davis? Maybe that's what it is, because Clive Davis died today too.
Damaged my vocal cords. The heat is killing us, and we don't know where to go. Sometimes we feel that death would be easier than this life.
Rising summer temperatures are...
Yeah, but that's just what the Jew said when the Uber driver canceled him. He's like, maybe death would be easier than this life. Here's to being a Jew in 2026.
Causing extreme suffering in Gaza. Displaced people are cramped into worn-out tents without clean water or ventilation.
Palestinians, you think you have it bad? Try being a Jew in London and having your Uber driver cancel on you because you're wearing a kippah. And then, guess what? You're late for your brunch at Dorsey. And do you know how hard it is to get a reservation at Dorsey? Talk about having problems. And then when you get to Dorsey, you're already late. Your family is upset. And they're out of kosher quail eggs. Now, you tell me if you would trade being Palestinian for being a Jew in 2026. I'll tell you what, I prefer the camps.
For families, the impact of the heat is also being felt by the youngest members, with illness becoming increasingly common.
We cannot tolerate this heat, and neither can the children. My son suffered from a high fever because of the extreme temperatures.
At the shoreline, children...
You know what, Saeed? We did have a no wig policy, but in light of your balding head, we'll allow you to wear a wig, of course. Oh, you mean a wig on the tiny hat? Or do you have to go tiny hat wig, extra tiny hat? Okay, I think I understand what you're saying now. And to that I would say, obviously, I made it very explicitly clear to you, all right? No hats allowed, okay? Absolutely no hats. I will make an exception in your case, okay, because I understand your personal predicament. Yes, you can wear a wig if it suits you, if it makes you feel a little bit better about yourself, all right? But there shall be no tiny hats under or over said wig. Are we clear?
Dive into the water.
I really hope so. I don't want to explain myself anymore.
It's a moment of joy in an otherwise grim reality. But the relief Palestinians need is a shared responsibility from the world, beyond what the sea can provide. Ashraf Shana.
Saeed just needs a tupi.
TRT World, Gaza.
A tupi. So you just get yourself a tupi, and all will be well. More speeches from the Chosenite clan. Jerusalem News Syndicate. To defeat Iran, America needs to end all negotiation and fight through blockades or kinetic war or boots on the ground wherever necessary. British-born Jewish Zionist activist Melanie Phillips tells JNS Summit in Jerusalem that America needs to wage total war on Iran. Remember when Joseph Goebbels said, we must have total war?
Iran is not strong, but America's...
Wait, okay, so if Iran is not strong, then how the fuck are we losing to Iran? And what does that imply? The fact that we lost to a very weak opponent. I guess the takeaway is that we're weaker than the weak state of Iran, right? What does that tell you about Israel?
Many powerful weapons count for...
Iran is not strong. Yeah, what a cope, right?
Absolutely nothing.
Right, Thugbone?
If it won't use them. If America won't commit itself to take the pain...
Wait, what is she saying here? We must use miracle weapons.
Powerful...
Unleash the Goy beam!
Weapons count for absolutely nothing if it won't use them. If America won't commit itself to take the...
So, yeah, I guess we should use nuclear weapons? Is that what she's saying?
Pain involved in fighting for its
What's the use of having all these nuclear weapons? We're not going to drop a few?
Of life, then Iran wins. And
Iran wins if we don't drop a nuke.
America won't defend itself properly because it does not understand that when it has an enemy, as in the Iranian regime...
The Israeli Jew is telling us America's not defending itself properly. Wah! Why don't you cry about it?
That believes
Why do you care so much about what the Americans are doing, what the Americans are up to?
God is instructing it to
you guys were
destroy
so
America
strong.
and the Jews. Any negotiation is viewed by them as weakness and a way to manipulate America into surrender.
That's right. They've manipulated Donald Trump, as we learned earlier today, by the Israeli magician Uri Geller. Says they've got the Goy beam. The Iranians have taken the Goy beam and they've aimed it at Donald Trump, and now they've switched his mind. They've controlled his mind to suddenly turn against Israel, and now the threat of peace looms.
To defeat
Dark
Iran,
times.
America needs to end all negotiation and fight through blockades or kinetic war or boots on the ground wherever necessary.
Whatever you could do, just throw everything and the kitchen sink. I don't care what you have to do, okay? Like, invade them, I don't know, put boots on the ground. Like, get in the box for Israel. You're not dying for Israel enough. You should try the nuclear weapons. I don't know. Stop negotiating. What's funny is that Israel is at war with Iran, right? I thought that was the whole thing. Like, Israel must defeat Iran. And they're crying about what America needs to do. If any sane person, in a sane world, this person would be levying critique against the Israeli state for not winning the war against Iran. They lost. You guys are losing. You guys are losers. You've lost. Take the L and be gone.
Necessary.
More than 100 days after US and Israeli bombs began falling on Iran, both sides are claiming victory, a sign perhaps of how much both sides needed a way out. Back to you, Sophie. Thank you. It's interesting, isn't it, that Trump signed this deal in Versailles, the location of another famous humiliating total capitulation. But, of course, Trump will spin this as a massive success because he's got form in declaring he's won when clearly he hasn't. But this war was a success in the same way that paying $14 million to have large chunks of blue paint floating in an algae-infested reflecting pool was money well spent. The truth is, the United States has rarely looked weaker and Iran has rarely looked stronger, having now worked out that if anyone doesn't do exactly what they want them to, they'll just close the Strait of Hormuz and they've got the whole world by the ball bags. We went from week 1, I will win, victory will be easier than that time I kidnapped the president of Venezuela, to week 2, I won, to week 3, why aren't you helping me win, to week 4, I don't need your help to win, but if you don't help me win, I'm going to destroy NATO.
I don't know, you guys seem to know about that guy more than I do, because I do not.
So breaking news.
Okay, we did see that already. Chile's Palestinians.
Welcome to the most corporate gaslighting event on earth, the World Cup 2026. By the way, remember Qatar World Cup? 4 years ago. Every single match came with a mandatory Western ethics lecture. 90 minutes of football and 6 hours of media crying about...
Squish, I need you to concentrate, okay? My tits are down here, okay? Concentrate.
Human rights. But this year, complete and total silence. Because this time, the tournament, it's in United Snakes of Israel. The joke writes itself, right? A country currently greeting his...
Have you ever considered that maybe you're just a boring person? Maybe you should find something interesting to do. I don't know if I can help you there. Sounds like you're kind of lame.
National guests by denying their visas. journalists, referees, and football officials from Somalia, Iraq, Iran, Palestine, many other countries blocked, denied help for.
Blocked.
We changed Israel's security doctrine. We initiate, we attack, we surprise, and we attack those enemies that seek our destruction, that seek to kill us. We attack them before they have a chance to do so. If you know Hebrew, Hakam leorgecha, Hashkem leorgo.
Then we cry, then we bully, then we cry bully some more. Then we shit our pants.
Kill them.
Then we claim victory and we run away.
First.
Last year, I was back in Washington after the 12-day war with the Prime Minister and for the meetings we had with the President and the U.S. team. And while I was there, on 2 different occasions, I got surrounded by these pro-Hamas crazy people. One started out as 2 ladies. It ended up being about 20 people surrounding me, yelling and screaming, and it was really getting close to a little uncomfortable. Finally,
I feel like maybe the butt plug in Mike Huckabee's butthole, which is kosher, that he was able to get gifted to him by Rabbi Shmuley. I feel like it's loosening, maybe. And maybe that explains what we're listening to.
D.C. police officers came and extracted me. A couple of nights later, I was leaving the Blair House, where there was a reception.
Yeah, I got a little loose.
And
you hear that?
Same pro-Hamas crazy people across the street recognized me. And that's not all it's cracked up to be. And they started screaming and yelling. And finally, Senator Jim Lankford of Oklahoma had a car coming. I was waiting on an Uber.
Oh, no. Did they cancel the Uber when they saw your kippa? Life as a Jew in 2026, I tell you.
He said, just get in my car. I'm not sure you're going to make it till the Uber gets here. Thank the Lord for him. So he got...
the Lord? I think you mean Hashem. I'm doing more. Yeah, I'm sending out a secret message.
Got me out of there, and I told someone...
That's Mike. That's coming from Mike. His microphone.
My friends later, I said, I can't wait to get out of this crazy town and get back to Jerusalem where I feel safe. Now, the interesting thing is, they did what you did. They laughed, and they thought it was a punchline. I said, I'm not kidding. I really am anxious to get out of this crazy town and get back to Jerusalem because I feel safe there. And I do. And I'm grateful to live in this remarkable city and to have the opportunity to represent the United States.
Wait, what? He lives in Jerusalem? He's the Israeli ambassador to America.
States of America.
Wow. That was great. That was really good. That
was awesome. Last year, I was back in Washington.
What a great story, in fact. Okay, we've seen a lot of these clips. We saw all of that. So we're covering shit, you know? Benny Gantz spits facts. Benny Gantz is known for shitting his pants, by the way. That's God's honest truth. It's literally his claim to fame.
אתם תקועים בביבי כן ביבי לא, אל תחתכו אותי. אתה מבין שנהרגו בלבנון אנשים מקיבוצים ואנשים מההתיישבות ואנשים מכל מקום, אתה ממשיך עם הטיעון הזה? אתם לא מבינים מה קורה? אתם לא רואים שהמדינה מתפרקת? אתם תקועים בביבי כן ביבי לא?
He's literally shitting his pants right now. I love it. He's crashing out on live TV. He says he's a retard. Oh my God, look at this dude. He says Bibi doesn't get it. Let's read the subtitles here. Bibi doesn't get it. He think here. Look, let me move my. This looks like an epic crash out. We have to take note. He called him a retard? Really? Bibi doesn't get it. He thinks they're idiots. The whole world was watching and dozens of cameras recording. They all saw one tower come down and then... Wait, he's talking too fast. And then the other one minutes later. How obvious can you get? Who's going to believe that that was random? You can see the explosions running all the way down. Bibi said it would look natural. Bibi has no concept of subtlety. He's a retard. And don't get me started on Building 7, blown up from the bottom, exactly like a regular demolition. That was, what did he say? That was Silverstein's idea. Insane, dude. Listen, son, listen. He's an American Zionist who has funded Bibi for decades. He's talking about Larry Silverstein, the guy that owned the World Trade Center and took out like an insurance policy weeks before or days before 9/11 actually happened. Good for Bibi. We are so fucked, he says. Mark my words. Bullshit. Mark my words. When more people learn about this atrocity of his, you can kiss the Zionist project goodbye. Holy shitballs. Benny Gantz, in addition to shitting his pants, actually spoke some facts. That's insane. Let's get the audio just for full effect.
Ungos amo cum sepis et alis leguminimus verus sunt bonis ibiamans, et haec vox daemonion ensurientem me facit.
So yeah, it might, maybe it's fake. Is it fake? Are we getting punked with these captions? Fake captions. I knew it. God. But it's totally real though, right? I mean, it might be a lie, but it's actually telling the truth. Yeah, I can't get, I don't think this is real. There's just, it's too much. What is it actually saying? You put the real captions in the chat, Discord. Okay. Let's see. It's still kind of funny to listen to him, though. Actually, you know, I think we did see this. We saw this clip already. He was crashing out, and I think I've seen the actual video with the real captions. And I think he's talking about Lebanon. He's not talking about 9/11.
מה שקרה פה, הוא צריך ללכת הביתה, אבל זה לבד לא מספיק.
ואתה משאיר אותו
חייבים להקים, תקשיב בן, תקשיב, חייבים להקים ממשלת אחדות ציונית.
גם עם ביבי.
עם ימין ועם...
Come on, Bibi. Come on, Bibi, let's go party. Come on, Bibi, let's go false flag. Thank you for the gift. Who's that? The Crow. Thank you for that. Thank you to Accord Lord for gifting to the stream. They started doing like YouTube gifts. I think that's a way for them to, because you know how you, in streaming apps, you purchase tokens, and then you can use those tokens to support your favorite streamer, right? But that's really a way for them to conceal how much money they're actually skimming off the top. Here, buy these tokens. It's good as money. Then you spend the tokens, and then they collect on it. They can and then they grift more. You know. Anyway.
Reporting to you from the town of Sahmor, the Israeli army yesterday hit this residential building with an airstrike, massacring a family of 4, including a child.
Good Lord.
Sahmor has been hit by an extreme amount of Israeli airstrikes since March 2nd, often multiple times per day. In the daily data that I collect, Sahmor is always included. I estimate that it's been...
Man, if I was in Lebanon, man, I mean, where do you go? No wonder there's Hezbollah. No wonder they're like dug in the sides of mountains and shit.
Hit approximately 150...
Because this is what happens. Every time they try to build a fucking society, Israel bombs it.
times. 110 people have been killed since March 2nd.
Coin clipping, yeah, exactly. That's what they're doing with this tokenized system. Just more digital coin clipping.
That's also an estimate because there are many people that are still missing and presumed under the rubble, probably killed.
They're like, we can no longer clip coins because there's not actually gold or silver on these coins. However, There is a loophole.
Americans, your tax dollars are paying for these acts of genocide. Your tax dollars are paying for the armed drone that is buzzing over my head right now, which costs approximately $1 million. And there are dozens and dozens of these flying over Lebanon all day long, every day.
Jiu-jitsu. Look at the little tiny hat. Oh, he's stealing his money. Oh, wow. We did it. Jiu-jitsu. Breaking: Israeli ambassador Danny Danon lost it on camera at the UN after Israel is added to a blacklist of parties suspected of conflict-related sexual violence. At a meeting Friday, Danon erupted at UN officials, demanded the resignation of Pramila Patten, the UN Special Representative on Sexual Violence and Conflict, and tried to shout down Vanessa Fraser. Let's see.
You caved to the pressure. You caved to
the pressure.
Secretary General's obsession with targeting Israel.
I'm sorry, but I have to make a point. I have to make a point of
order.
You will be quiet because this is what the chef
now.
should be doing.
I
make a point of order. They should not be personal. It should not be personal.
You part of the
I have a point of order.
Shame on you.
Oh my goodness.
You spoke, now I speak.
You spoke, now I speak.
You walk out.
We have verified evidence.
You part
Shame on you.
You're part of this obsession.
No personal
You're part of this obsession.
No personal.
Excuse me. You will allow me to finish my words.
You allow me to finish my word. He's like the Arnold Schwarzenegger of politics.
You are part of this shameful behavior.
No,
I am the Terminator. I'll be back.
Sorry.
No personal attack.
He sounds so Middle Eastern, doesn't he? Danny Danon.
Let him finish and then you have the opportunity to speak. Shame on
You are a silly woman. Shut up.
Let him finish and then everybody will have the opportunity to speak. You work for the UN and you will respect the rules of the UN. Respect the rules of the UN.
Respect the rule of the UN, says the Israeli. Yes, the country that is in constant flagrant violation of UN rules is telling us to respect the rule of the UN.
You will not allow you to bully us. We are a member state.
Exactly. You caught that too.
And you will be quiet now.
You will be quiet now.
Excuse me. You and your shameful report. We know why you took this position. Sorry again.
Oh, I love it. I've never heard Danny crash out so hard.
You don't want to listen? Go out. Sorry.
What is this? Okay, I should probably log off now because it is time for dinner. I'm sorry we didn't get to all of your links. Let's do a quick update. See if there's anything new before we sign off. Anything new in this circus called life? And they're still posting about that yoga. Let's see if there is hate them more, hate them more, hate them more. Yes. Always. Ooh, you know what? Something we could do. Stick with me here. We're gonna. Oh wait, let's see. Are they live? Okay, moral resistance. No, it's not live. Damn it. I was gonna try out this new thing where we actually raid out. That's right. Let's see, is Nick Cruz live? No. It says people are live, but they're not actually live, and that's a bummer. But I wanted to raid out, but I can't do it. However, with that being said, Let's just go Al Jazeera. Al Jazeera Live. Let's see, is there anything here? Nope, they're just doing stories. Okay, so no live updates. If anything happens before the next time we stream and you think it's newsworthy, please join the Discord, share it on the Discord thread, and we'll take a look at it tomorrow. I do. I let my woman speak to me, Wrath. Yes. It's something that we do in democracies, not in monarchies, obviously. In the monarchy, you don't let your women speak, but in democratic societies, unfortunately, we have to give them a voice. Such a bummer. Anyway, thanks for hanging out with me for a little bit. I appreciate everyone that supports the channel and shows up on a daily basis here, and I love you guys. Big love. And yes, one day you will get a Rathbone raid. Well, you got to be streaming at the time, and you're always here. So I mean, if you're streaming, Squish, I will have no problem raiding out to you. It'd be the easiest thing in the world. All right. So just next time you're streaming, when I'm streaming, just let me know. Pop in the chat, say, "Hey, I'm streaming. Raid out to me." I'll be like, "Let's do it." All right, I'm starting the Goy loop, and I know that's time for me to log off. So once again, thank you. Thanks, Mr. Pink, Bergamot, Pete the Feet, Gatto Surfer, Caterpillar, Fred Flintstein, Saeed, of course, Steph's, Thug Bones, Squish, Obi-Wan, J-Jax, Raven's Tongue, Lurley, all the moderators. Big love, big up yourself. Thank you so much. Eyeballs, of course. Love to all, and love right back to you, Saeed, and the rest of the family, and all of you out there on the super information highway. Information superhighway. You remember what they used to call it that? They don't call it that anymore. Anyway, peace and love. I'll see you guys tomorrow, okay? Have a nice night. Be safe out there. Get some rest. Drink water. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye.
Rathbone has to